time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that no-no? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
If you catch my drift. Feet right next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my
you've prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. We can set the world on fire, fire. just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
And hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Welcome to Project Horizon, the English coverage for VCT China. We are on the grand finals today, and joining me is the ever wonderful Alina. Very, very excited to be sharing the desk with yourself. And well, we have a story to tell. JDG versus TYL. And Alina, you were already here to watch TYL come up to join JDG, so I think you're the best out of the two of us to at least start the introductions off.
Oh, I mean, the series yesterday really had some surprises. It was a 3-0 in the end, but there were so many overtimes. I think TYL has really been tested to the core of what they're capable of, and I am so excited to see if they can do that again today, because no one can really tell what is going on with JDG. Their redemption arc is crazy.
There is definitely almost a storyline going on if you want to do a television series. Like, if you want to skip the stages and everything, the entire bracket, we are now not only in the grand finale of course, Stage 2 and the qualifications and such for champs, which have already been, of course, fully completed, and we can discuss that in but a moment, but it does genuinely feel like this is a storied performance. A JDG, a rise from the ashes, and a no better way, the introduction of the teams beneath us. And the performances off of these players, they will be going to champions as well. And well, we have high expectations off the back of previous performances internationally, even if we still kind of frame this as internally a rise from the ashes in China.
And I mean, for Berlin and for YU, this is not their first international showing. They've been to VCT international events before that, and not really that little. I mean, Berlin has like 5 international VCT events under his belt. For YU, it's like 2 or 3. One of them actually shared with Sufat in their time together on Wolves. So maybe we see some extra spice on the server.
I can only imagine I can only imagine what it is kind of like going against a player or a team that you know what you're doing. They know what we know. Like just that level of all of a sudden, can you play a tiny bit less optimally because that's not been played around, because the optimal plays, the executes, the strats that we've all seen, that we all know, that's going to be figured out, those are going to be studied. So suddenly the change up to these angles, you know, the different attitudes towards the executes, the play styles and such, just as you're saying, they can get changed up, and they may even be that slightly more, I don't want to say suboptimal, it sounds ridiculous to say at this level, but maybe not as refined, which actually can cause some trips.
Yeah, but talking about optimal and suboptimal, we've seen some players really panicking in those standard situations. Even yesterday, ERV was capable of clutching a 1v4 on split to keep TYL alive. I mean, we were this close of going to Lotus, but he pretty much single-handedly decided that we are not going to. This whole TYL roster, I've been mentioning that yesterday like crazy. It's so unfair how great of individuals these players are, and facing them in a grand final must be fun, but not exactly for the enemy.
It'll be fun for us. We just get to view, we get to spectate, and we get to just get the insights, you know, finally into these players and these teams. So again, both teams have qualified for champions already, so there is no kind of worry about the placement for that. This is just for the seeding style. But of course, the champions, the crowns of stage 2, that's how you want to walk into into champions. Apologies, I knew I would do it once. Into champions, because of the fact that you'll just have that momentum, you'll have that confidence. And we will see if that momentum and confidence comes through, or if maybe the nerves do shine through that little bit for the final showdown here.
I mean, I feel like yesterday a huge advantage for TYL was the map veto, and today they don't really have a big advantage coming into that. Yesterday, in comparison to the map pool of BLG, I felt like they had the upper hand no matter where we would go, especially since everyone had that one ban and you could really set the tone for the veto. But today, it is JDG setting the tone for that, and they could really put some stones into the way of TYL today, banning their best maps. Potentially Summit will be out, Sunset could be out, maybe even Haven to not take any risks. But then again, TYL would have to up their game on maps like Brace, for example. Their Ascent needs to be polished a bit, so that could be really interesting.
Indeed, and actually it's a very quick caveat, but we obviously did have the new patch, so if anyone's maybe kind of just tuning in, maybe a bit less familiar with the format, first of all, welcome, hello, you've chosen a great time to join in, but if you're wondering where Abyss or anything is, we're still obviously in the previous map pool, because it would be pretty harsh to pull the rug out from under these players for that last little bit for that. So there is that, essentially the focus is going to be the map pool that we currently have, and then these teams are going to have to go right off the back of that into the other kind of maps. Breeze goes out for Abyss later on, so whenever we get to champs, that will be a big factor. And I think for the map veto and the map pool, obviously going into the best of 5, I am a little bit, I would say, more concerned for TYL, as long as JDG show the consistency that they have been showing, obviously, to get this far. Because as you said, you know, JDG, it didn't really look like you can have much of a problem in any map. It doesn't really seem like they have as much of an issue covering those spaces, whereas you said, you know, TYL, Ascent, especially for how common it is, and especially for, let's face it, it's going to happen in champs at some point, you need a map very strong. You need a map that's that ubiquitous, that confidence in that kind of space, because otherwise, you know, yeah, having the more awkward maps that other teams don't know is great to start off, but the map ban then becomes such a big deal, and sometimes teams end up losing even just before the series actually starts.
Yeah, and one thing I want to bring up real quick that has nothing to do with this match today, to be honest. We've been saying goodbye to BLG yesterday, and there were some statistics saying that YZ still has the overall kill record with like 40 frags max in a map in VCT China. And then I got curious and looked up how the numbers are for this stage, figuring out that 8 players of 8 different teams have more than 30 frags on a map this far, and the 2 teams that are missing in those statistics are actually EDG and XLG, so 2 of the teams we are sending to champs. And then I was wondering, is that a bad sign because they're not that reliant on individual fragging power, or is that a good sign? I don't know.
It's difficult for because at the end of the day, the more stats you have, you also just get by playing more games. But you want to play as few games as possible because that means you've won. Or that means if you're kind of if you're doing the kind of XLG, well, more XLG, but slightly more EDG as well, where whenever the champions kind of qualification came through, there was an adaptation. You were seeing kind of the change in roles and placements from a couple of the players. There was not as much just the structured, refined framework that got them that far. And that's another aspect of, well, if you're not playing that, if you're maybe swapping your heavy duelist onto someone else, and they're picking up a couple more frags and you're kind of taking that supporting role, then you don't have the capacity to build up those stats like the JDG players are doing, you know, the sides of Berlin and Jake Hero in particular. You're not going to be able to follow them up just because you have less matches to play.
Yeah, that should definitely be a factor in this one. I am so excited to see those teams going to champs. Anyway, no matter how high the kills are, I feel like in every region we see a little bit of a shift in what teams they are sending to the international stages. For some regions it's not as clear, some are still waiting to figure out who's going and who's not, but we can see across all regions that things are changing and there are new teams, new talents, which is making this whole international event even more exciting.
I think tides have shifted. I think tides have very much shifted. I mean, the fact that people were saying, you know, at the start it was I forget exactly kind of what the predictions were initially for it, but JDG versus TYL was not everyone, it was basically no one's story for what this grand final stage 2 would be. You know, when XLG and EDG kind of got the champions placements, there were those kind of discussions to be had about, well, okay, you know, are they going to be as locked in as, you know, maybe we would expect? But I mean, to say, you know, all gamers, kind of the show that they were having at the start of the stage was nothing short of impressive, and it just kind of fell off piece by piece. Essentially, that JDG and TYL used then to climb up themselves. They took each of those pieces that were falling aside and, well, they climbed those stairs up to the grand finals, which we are at now. I know a lot of people, my heart does break. A shout out to Nova, who did so good for this stage, who had such a strong start. Dominant, that was a name that I think people would have just guaranteed ringleader in the grand finals, at the very least lower bracket finals, and all of a sudden just a couple of bad games and no names to be seen.
Yeah, I feel like this lower semi-final between TYL and Nova was something many people expected to be a bit further in the bracket, but it didn't happen that way. And for Nova, it is kind of the opposite of the journey that JDG had, because JDG in groups didn't look too convincing, going 1-4, winning a total of 3 maps across the whole group stage, and now they are here. And for Nova, they had such a great group stage, even winning against TYL in that, and then the playoffs started and all of a sudden nerves are kicking in. We've been talking about this whole panic state of, oh well, this is getting so realistic, we could actually go to champs, and then players start making mistakes they just usually wouldn't make.
Because, like, talking about, you know, those MVPs and such, those kind of storied more the international performances as well, but, like, bringing it back internally, basically, season MVP was Swagzor from Nova. Swagzor was picking up quite a few, like, player of the weeks as well. Splash managed to pick his up on that on that week 2 as well of the group stage. So, you know, Nova and even DRG were kind of, you know, showing up on those kind of top performances, and everyone else, you know, JDG in particular, were just kind of back in those shadows. And one thing I want to highlight this, I'll probably mention it again later on, but I don't think there is anything more reflective of Valorant as a whole than exactly JDG's performance coming into this, which is, as long as you can get far enough, it doesn't matter how bad you start, as long as you can finish strong. And the reason I say that is because, especially for this stage, we have been seeing quite a lot of, you know, the 3-9s, even the 10-2s have actually been showing up quite a bit of time, and then people are very confident to go, map's done, you know, we'll go, look towards the next. And it doesn't matter how good your first 12 rounds of Valorant are. You could just be getting, Swagzor could have just got 60 kills. An ace every single round, 1 taps along. But if you lose that pistol round and all of a sudden just the momentum isn't there, you see 12-12, and I think a lot of people can get a bit disheartened when they see that sort of thing, but it means the comebacks can be even bigger, and I have to expect one of these maps is going to be one of those comebacks. I'm calling it now. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I am expecting a kind of 3-9, 4-8, oh, the hearts are breaking next map, and then the comeback begins, because, well, if JDG did it for an entire stage, what's stopping them doing it for one map?
Oh, already predicting a heartbreaking story and a great comeback. I mean, with the new format, groups actually don't really matter anymore. Everyone got the chance in play-ins, everyone got the chance to prove themselves again, and JDG really took that time to work on themselves, their team dynamics. I feel like at this point, with having YU in that team for the stage, At some point, it clicked again between him and Berlin, and this is giving them so much synergy. And all in all, when we look at this JDG roster, at the beginning of groups, I looked at that and I was like, okay, some good individuals. Let's see how they can do. Let's see how far they can go. And as the stage went on and on, some of these players outgrew my personal expectations by a bunch.
The growth, genuinely, it might be one of the fastest, and I think that's why like the shift in tides are so clear, is because we are seeing so much growth this year in particular. There does seem to be the stories of the kind of the 17, 18-year-old prodigies, which happen every year, don't get us wrong, but there is something different in terms of just the overall vibe, because the fresher faces to a lot of these teams, even internationally, but I have noticed especially in China, they're not just fragging potential or showmanship anymore. I mean, No Man is probably a great example. Mr. 3K, he gets the name for a reason in terms of the showmanship. Of course, we won't be seeing him here, but you know, if you even look in towards those other rosters, those newer players like Splash, for example, probably one of the newer players and still pretty young, all things considered. There is that possibility, there is that, in fact, bigger ideal that newer players are no longer just the fragging potential. They are actually a lot more fundamental to the team's core and a lot more fundamental to what a team's identity is. Because some rosters used to struggle with just 4 players that were fantastic and maybe 1 player that was weaker. And people would expect those individual performances, like you were saying earlier, would be enough to carry. It's a team game. You can have 4 players doing fantastically, but you're only as strong as your weakest link.
And you already mentioned newer players coming in. Crownfisher joined the conversation. He just spawned out of nowhere. I mean, usually we see players being tested in EVO for some time. Then they are joining a roster. Maybe they play for a stage, and then we get to see if they make it through and stay in VCTCN, or if they have to go back and prove themselves in another format again. And then there's Crownfisher, who just decided to pop off, and I don't know where he came from. He just all of a sudden spawned in this JDG roster and blew everyone's mind.
Which was fantastic as for us as people that have to talk about him, trying to find stats, trying to find any story, and going, oh, he is, and I say this with love, he is a child. Like, in comparison to some of these other players, in comparison to, you know, Sufat, for example, these are storied players, as you said, you know, time and time again on an international stage. And Crownfisher has essentially just leant into the door and went, do you mind if I just, yeah, okay, cool, excellent. And everyone else just watched it all. And we tried to get the stats, we tried to see where he came from, and everyone just went, he just walked in and he killed an entire team, and now he's here.
Yeah, probably just went to the door and knocked and was like, oh, you have an open spot? Can I, maybe? I could try.
Oh, if you insist. Well, we're gonna just have a little watch of the video here, so we'll jump in and we'll see exactly what we have in store.
我觉得天路入座了，强者是怎么样？是一个综合能力，看你如何去面对你要面对的挑战。刚刚那些分数全部都算我的 ，OK， 我们 reset 再来。我觉得我们的队伍都做到，包括后面教练团，我觉得天路入座了。对于天路来说，他们终于拿到了这最后一张门票。好在我们进了。我们大家都服了，我们每个人都服了。我觉得我们没有辜负我们这个赛段努力吧。我爱天路，我爱大家，我爱我的兄弟们。我们每个人单独打可能不是最强，但是我们5个人台上在选手加起来，我们就是最强的，所以我们值得拿下这个花火奖杯。
萌生我打自己的想法是，当时1G夺冠的时候，我觉得他们打破了一路的质疑，最后来到了冠军。我也很想成为他们这样的人，不介意自己的声音来得再大一点。我觉得弱者努力修炼成为强者的故事，比生来就是强者要更精彩。
不经一番寒彻骨，怎得梅花扑鼻香？我们会把每一局输的、每一分输的、每一场输的，都变成我们进步的养料。 然后我们才能成长到现在。
你为什么可以啊？哦，你说话不。
很久没有再跟他一起携手到决赛，然后一起到世界赛了，我也很感动。哭吗？哭我觉得不至于，因为后面还有等你哭的。我们还会拿到冠军，然后还会去世界赛再拿一个冠军。
都来到了这里了，就也是我小时候希望的嘛，就是很多人的舞台，看我捧起那个奖杯，所以就是这一刻了，我等了很久了。
因为没有任何队伍的来时路比我们更艰难，也没有任何队伍比我们更懂涅槃的感觉。这个花火奖杯，最后只能是我们捧起。
我们已经走到这一步了，我们很不容易，季后赛强者无座，我觉得我们一定是赢到最后的那个强者。
谢谢粉丝一路以来支持吧，不管你们过去吃了多少苦，现在这个苦已经结成一个很甜美的果实，尽情享用吧。
恭喜 JDG 启动上海冠军赛！我的个人发挥向前路一步一步逼向深渊，那些低落的日子，那些远去的国际赛的梦想，都在这一刻慢慢的拼回来了。天空在他们队史里第一次将会杀入到世界赛的舞台，入场的不是常规赛，不是季后赛，而是那颗想要进入到更高舞台的那颗心。
就享受这一切，然后放开去玩吧，回到最开始的你自己，想起你的初心，然后享受这个舞台。
我们互相都拼尽全力，在今天打出一场精彩的比赛。说好了哦，不能互相都后悔了哦。
VCT CN 3年，
让我们一起写下终章。
强者
入座。
slowly. Why you? BRV. Berlin. Stuttgart BB.
Well, if this wasn't a proper introduction, I don't know what is. If this is happening besides the server, you can only get more exciting for what's happening on the server when we get there in a couple of minutes. Holy smokes, what an entry.
And hypnotizing and Bale as well. We've seen the fist bump kind of high five get held out, but even that was smoothly recovered. So we are going right in with excellent clutches. If those are the types of performances, even just from the coaches, just making sure the handshake goes off without a hitch. And I don't think you can really say it anything more than you've already said, Elena. What more is there to be said? That did speak for itself a little bit. The players getting lowered down, scaffolding is insane, and the trophy following along with them. But we're going to get into it. The map veto is here. And you mentioned it, Elena. You said Haven might get banned. And look at our first map down.
Oh, I am getting so good at predicting map vetoes. I should make a job out of that. I mean, I expected to see the bigger maps combined early on, so Lotus and Breeze, but now there is a split in between those. Happens. I mean, the split yesterday really costs TYL and everyone watching some nerves and some grey hair. I'm excited to have them go to this map this early on in this grand final. I mean, it's not like we are having any big surprises, except for the fact that, okay, stop flexing, Sufat, please. Except for maybe the fact that Summit went through. But I mean, I was talking about it's either Haven or Summit, so one of those had to be played at some point, and we are maybe gonna get there with having that as map number 4. There are possibilities we're gonna close that out beforehand, because this is a BO5 after all. First to 3 is the winner, is the champion of VCTCN Stage 2 2026.
Indeed. I'm sad that Sunset is kind of missing, but as you mentioned, you know, if Split's going to kind of come in, they play pretty similarly. The nice thing about the map pool that we currently have is you don't have to do an amazing kind of job at like changing your playstyle on the fly back to back to back to back, because we've seen map pools before that very much are like big map, small map, big map, small map, and the pacing can then kind of become difficult for some of these rosters, just because of the fact that you're better playing aggressive on the small maps, you're better playing patient on the big maps. But we're going to see how the players play, and we're going to see what they are playing with. Agent Select comes through, and no massive surprises here as far as I know.
Yeah, not really. I'm trying to spot a big surprise, but JDG is sticking with the double Sentinel comp, and for TYL, no changes were necessary, really, after their recent performances. I mean, the loss against XLG shouldn't bother them too much. It was an OT, it didn't matter for them in the end, and the matches against FPX and Outwalk Gaming really spoke for themselves. I think it's interesting how many teams, at least at some point in playing Lotus, decide to bring a second Sentinel in to try that, and some teams just realize, oh, this is working out so well for us, we're gonna keep that. And having Chamber Vice is maybe not the most classy Sentinel combination you get to play, but you have that aggression with the Chamber, but you can also have the extra holding ability with the trademark, so that's really working out quite well. And one thing I want to mention is that JDG, ever since playing this comp, have such a high attack win rate, because they can utilize the Chamber going for the first frag so well. It's like nearly 70%, I think.
Close enough. I think it's, yeah, that's kind of 68, so we just round it and we just say, you know, the 70 to make that easier. But that is off the back of just Zhe. Doesn't really seem to miss with the Headhunter right now. Definitely can just get those frags done. And I mean, if anything, maybe a little bit more literal as well. As we talked about it just a second ago, Crownfisher came out of nowhere. He might be a good headhunter both in and out of the server. He might know exactly who to join in with or to go up against. But we're exactly about to do that now, ladies and gentlemen. Pistol round beginning, and it's already off to the races. Door is already open, and Splash already has a kill. We're wasting no time.
No time wasted at all. The opening found, and it is Jay on the ground, the player we just talked about, the player we just highlighted, who can be so dangerous, especially in those pistol rounds. Something that TYL now don't have to deal with anymore. Prowler to confirm the positions towards Link, and why you on a great timing? No one's looking at him.
Everyone turns away. Surely we cannot see this. Pistol round, a Prowler comes through and 3 people turn away from Link. Everyone forgets about the execute for a split second. And may I remind you, that's a classic, that's a free gun, but it was not free for TYL.
Oh, certainly not. Spike on the ground, and Scales finding all the kills. No chance at all to get through that door. Clean work from a player who has been known for clutching up in those moments. 3 targets to find, and he's not struggling with any of those.
Why you? Anything you can do, I can do better. Skills just walks in, he sees the right click, and he says, well, let's rely a little bit less on RNG, and let's just take the heads. 3 players in JDG already put in the guillotine. And now a full buy up coming through from Slowly. Going for the Phantom. We're already another fight up mid. The prediction on the Shadow Step doesn't quite get the kill. And in fact, ERV is able to push it down with the backup from Splash as well. Je, the first to fall yet again.
It's a bit surprising how little damage that C's did to ERV. He's still on more than 90 health, but it was a nice prediction from JDG. You have to throw those util combinations in at some point, and especially when you are on an economy round, it can help you out quite a bit. We see TYL cancelling noise in A main here, but it is not forcing a rotation out of JDG just yet. Berlin still with the haunt in hand, getting the information now.
Splash gonna satchel in, but if this angles aren't found, it could be actually scary for TYL. Could have been a gun donation, but instead it's a clinical clear onto the A site. Not too unsurprising, of course. JDG didn't really have the buy, and Je, the difference maker, with the headhunter falls down earlier. So now YU just trying to steal an exit or 2. There's some damage to be done. Finds his first, but now the information's going to be found, and the jaws should be slamming shut on this second round. The shots are laboured, but ERV to clean it off.
Oh, and losing Splash on the way there shouldn't be an issue for TYL at all, because finding the kill or not, he now has the showstopper online in the bonus round, which is huge for a Raze ultimate. It takes so many points to get that online, and Splash is just like, hold my frags, I'ma get that.
In a more literal sense as well, hold this paint shell, it might help get some kills, and I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, with the economy. The Vandal is kind of bought up from Splash, because there's a world where you just run in with the showstopper, right? Just use that to clear.
I mean, getting the kill or not, there would be a gun on the ground that then Scales could take. YU has the first contact, falling back quite a bit, has the setup to work with, and a paranoia from Crownfisher already behind the box.
We're going to get to see everything come through. We have Satchery at light speed. There's not going to be an entry with the showstopper, and that might actually have been a punishment. JDG find 3, but TYL able to answer back. Sufat BB onto the first. But there's a decent bit of map space that's kind of lost now. Trademark's going to get walked around by Scales. Looked at initially. Gonna actually just now return back to Sufat, but this should just be a firing squad. Prowler's going to get the damage. Fine Scales. Spike is dropped. And that's going to be the round. YU? Well, we talked about the showstopper online, but the Steel Garden's also joining it.
Oh, it's crazy how early we get those high-impact ultimates online, especially when TYL is finding themselves in a situation where they control the economy pretty much. Device ultimate can always be such a bummer on your entry or when your enemies are retaking. I don't really like the rehit onto the C side, especially knowing that the Vice setup was set there. But I feel like the initial mistake happening is not working with the showstopper when you get the opportunity to.
With it being charged up so early, you're going to get it again. I think there may be that concern now. It's only one round. Splash could easily just get the entrance into here, but it's Je to potentially now shut down the entrance. Double Prowler though. pushes them off of the position, and JDG force their position on B, get the first kill. Skills is down.
And having Scales down has TYL now being in a situation where they really have to commit to this A push because they're losing all of their space elsewhere. We see some ultimates getting ready, but TYL, they're taking their time. 2 players in tree, opening the door, maybe having JDG think they could rotate off, but it doesn't look like they will.
Well, the Steel Garden doesn't shut down the showstopper, which may be a blessing for TYL, but it all comes down to this timing now. The dark cover is going to dissipate. The utility to clear out that A main angle. Boombot doesn't see anyone, beautifully sidestepped by the members of TYL. He's not going to force a rotate yet. Satchel comes through, Paranoia goes and does hit Splash. Nothing found out the showstopper on its own, but the space is enough. And TYL are still taking these fights.
Oh, and they're taking them successfully. 20 seconds to work with JDG
We
coming
say-
back in and
we say-
with a double kill. Spike is on the ground and Sufat has all the work to do. He can't make it happen for his team. That looks so clinical from TYL, and then JDG is just like, oh, everything you can do, I can do better. We had that once, we're gonna have that a second time already. That showstopper not finding anything is crazy. There were like 3 people crammed into the backside of A and no one's getting any bits of damage. What a lovely recovery from JDG on that flood retake.
That's what happens when the paranoia hits you. You have to kind of just fire the rocket at the first thing you see, and unfortunately it was Zhe who can teleport out. Now the Steel Garden that I was concerned that YU maybe would have been punished for not using, it's still online.
The ultimate's not really being the big game changer this far, Zhe. Now with the Outlaw online looking for a first target to find, and he might as well get a second. Overstaying his welcome there a bit, but his teammates already have his back's numbers advantage in the hands of JDG on the economy round of TYL, and it doesn't look like it's gonna get any better.
Well, we might. We've been proven wrong once in the opening 4 rounds. There is every chance we are proven wrong again. But surely Sufat not going to have the awareness just to get that right side kill. Prowler goes down, Spike follows along with it. Scales though, 1 versus 2 with the Neural Theft. Crownfisher, beautiful swing off of the Prowler to shut it down, and JDG, they answer back with 3.
This is feeling so spicy on the server, especially how eager both of the teams are in getting their first duels online. And I mean, we see Zhe with the Outlaw on a chamber, always with the opportunity to TP out if necessary, but he doesn't want to. He's so eager to get the second online. Is getting punished on the way there, but we see how ambitious those players are.
And despite the fact that JDG, they walk away with the round win, the timeout still comes through a little. These are a little bit laboured, and I think because of the fact that the round results are so unpredictable so early on, the coaches have to kind of slow this down. They have to stop it. This is a big, long run. We've got a best of 5 in front of us. I completely understand. If you're lowered down from scaffolding, you get an entire live show before you get onto that server, you're gonna be wanting to take in fights. You're gonna have that energy behind you, but this is a marathon, not a sprint.
The energy is definitely to be seen on the server. I mean, we talked about this yesterday on the 3rd map, where we could slowly starting to tell that those players got a bit tired and the energy was lacking and they were not as concentrated anymore. The focus was gone, and in a BO5, seeing that happening on map 3 is always a bit dangerous. TYL managed to get that over the finish line in a 3-0, but what are the odds that you're going to 4th map today? What are the odds that we get to see the 5th map even? So you really have to get that energy somewhat in place to take you through the whole series. I mean, we see a quite explosive start again, but this time around JDG is falling back pretty soon.
Yeah, indeed, and Zhe, that's a shot that typically would land, either just because of the nerves, because of the opening aggression that TYL are showing. That is typically a shot we would see land through, but it does of course mean TYL get the extra opportunity. Nightfall and the Neural Theft online. Crownfisher currently on his own. Very deep Razor Vine to allow the rotate to come through from JDG if this C-site push commences.
Those deep thorns really took some time off of the clock, but TYL, oh, they're going for the hits anyway, trying to find a player, predict someone behind the box, but no one really there. It is a stack on the C side though.
Literally the crossfire, double swing into the smoke, Splash causing a big distraction, dodges the showstopper, pays for it with his life. But Sufat BB, lovely position onto the box, gets a double kill. And that distraction from Splash, stunning work. Unfortunate for JKuro, committed ult. And now a rotate to the A site with only one man standing. We know who it is. The operator has rung out once before, and it falls! 2 shots, 0% hit rate. A heartbreak thus far, and TYL will drive that kneel in.
Slowly's work on this round has been quiet for a long time because he's just sent to the A side to take some space, get some control, and then he's hitting. He's getting that one shot necessary to get this dangerous player out of the position. If Jay is getting an opener there, all of the space take, all of the rotation might be for nothing, but it's working out so well because Slowly just has this aim in those situations. And with that, after the timeout, JDG is finding themselves in an economy round, having 2 hero rifles, but that's really all they can work with. Maybe now the Steel Garden comes into play.
We'll have to believe so. Tour de force though from Je, so he doesn't lose the operator fully just yet. But based on these shots thus far, gonna have to see it warm up. We're gonna have to see performance really change up, and the Boombot's gonna give away the position exactly. That's the shot, that's the Je we expect. Slowly falls, and JDG with the numbers advantage, first frag on the board.
Oh, lovely work dodging the Boombot there to get another opportunity to peek from the same angle without falling back too much. TYL, we see them doing this quite a lot, cancelling some noise, trying to see what JDG is doing. Are they rotating off, or are they just killing us everywhere we go? Nice shot from JKuro, and Crownfisher on one of those hero rifles already finding success as well. TYL, now 2 man down, trying to go for the re-hit, but JDG, they have no business rotating off of that side.
And if you look at 2 versus 5, an 18.1% conversion rate is not nothing. That's a 1 in 5. You know, that's not nothing. And it's only getting more and more something with the first shot. But still the Steel Garden, still the Tour de Force, still so much to work with here. There is the From the Shadows. If ERV wants to try and just steal away a plant, 13 seconds, red time on the board, it's gonna have to be a clear. Second shot from Je doesn't land. Third will. Spike is tapped, and Je will execute the 3rd and final standing member of TYL.
Oh, I like the idea of going back into that B side, but Jay is so fast on the rotation that he has that angle on upper a little earlier than TYL might predict that. That was a lovely shot.
Filthy.
Dodging the Boombot there was so crucial to get that opening in, and Jay's movement is just superior in that situation.
Movement and then mechanics, back to back. I don't know if the call has been heard. I don't know if he understands exactly what is on the line. Again, it is this final champions of stage 2 into the champions of the international stage. And JKuro, the C's and the paint shells didn't work out before. JKuro just uses the paint shells.
Why use 2 pieces of utility when one will do the job? Ultimate now invested towards the A side, the conversion path. Really not getting too much impact there because JDG, they are going for the retake.
Got the numbers. Steel Garden online again, but Splash might be able to shut it down. That's one. Gets 2 to headshot onto YU. It wasn't through him, but that's down to 10 HP, and suddenly 3 versus 3. Knight is falling. YU does get hit, doesn't get to sidestep. So 1 player at least known. And TYL does have that little bit of information to work with. Steel Garden now answering back, but because of the space that JDG don't have to work with, it's not a particularly deep one. They've got skills on towards A main. The setup from Slowly on Tree, and Sufat as well, the double swing, the double hold. YU only on 10 HP, might only need 1. Because this is a solid retake, still 2 more players left to deal with, only 1! And YU's gonna try and get the stick, and Je deals with it! Yet again! Another showing, 0.07! I was confident, I knew that was how that was gonna be! And 1 frame, A 60th of a second is your difference maker.
0.07, and you say you expected that?
Oh,
I
yeah.
was here on the edge of my seat because I was like, no, that's not going through. Is it? Is it? And then it just went through. What a retake. And I mean, Splash is doing all the work. Perfect setup for him, taking some space, taking those frags in this situation, and even finding success, a double kill, and still JDG make the retake work. Definitely the right time for TYL to take a time out, to maybe sort some things out, because to be honest, the biggest mistake from them is pretty hard to be spotted here. They have the post plan. They know the numbers advantage is in the hands of JDG, so they send a player out to maybe make those numbers work for them a bit better. Splash gets the double kill, and all of a sudden, this cramped retake with JDG just sending 3 players towards Heaven is starting to feel dangerous, because they are so good in isolating those fights, especially towards Tree, that at some point this lurk position that TYL has with scales towards Rubble isn't finding any impact anymore.
It's really not, and this is not like a discredit to YU. He was on 10 HP, so it very much was, you know, dedicate that to defusing the bomb. But that was essentially a 1v3 from Zhe, because that was a double swing into Tree, taking those individual 1v1s, as you said, isolating them so well, in a way that TYL, the theory is there, but the execution, the practice, and it is just off the back. Zhe missed 2 shots, and he's taken that very personally.
Definitely. I mean, this is all feeling so close. I think in the past couple of rounds, every round was an eco round for someone. Economy not really stabilizing for either of those teams, and even though JDG has the lead by now, it's not feeling as comfortable. You mentioned how some rounds felt really labored for them, but at least they have the right read, putting YU on that A side with the setup. Now TYL's seeing that Vice utility, and they are second guessing. Are we really going for the A hit, or are we trying to take space elsewhere?
They hear the trademark as well, Alina. They know both Sentinels are set up here. They know that this should be an impossible push, but in a thrifty round with the showstopper, YU stops it entirely. Splash falls, slowly goes down with him. A 1 for 2 thus far, and an ultimate disadvantage. This is why you maybe don't push into the double Sentinel stack on A, because it's very easy for all of that execution to get shut down. And that's exactly what it's gonna be.
I mean, in an economy round, maybe, yes, go for it, give it a try, but I don't understand why TYL want to go through that wall so badly, hearing the trademark, seeing that Vice utility, the showstopper, not finding anything. If someone is stopping anyone's show at the moment, it is certainly YU with such a nice flick onto Splash in that situation. I think for TYL, it is going to be a lot more important to field their players a bit wider, so I do enjoy that they send Sufa to get some space towards B, Scales to hold some space down towards A. The Spike's still in base, they have some opportunities to work with. On the other side, JDG, they are taking some space, Rubble control is theirs, and the Sentinel utility is basically holding B and C.
I have to imagine that was the thinking behind that A-site push, which is if both Sentinel utility is here, how many players can be on the site? Unfortunately, YU was on the site, and that was enough. That was more than enough. And a quick highlight on YU. Both him and Zhe, the Sentinels, 11 and 4/11 and 6 respectively, outperforming JKuro, outperforming Berlin quite massively. These two currently are putting on the show that Splash had his so unceremoniously stopped. And the C-side push this time, double up with the Razor Vines online, Arc Rose as well. Berlin might get his chance to shine, doesn't go for the first shot, Razor Vine activated. And that does make this push really, really awkward. As the trades come through, Berlin does exactly what he needs to. ERV answers back, slowly follows him up. And now Zhe on such a long rotate. This fight has to be JKuro's. Zhe might not be needed, a double kill. And he goes to join back his teammate, a 1 versus 2, and the spike is not planted.
Oh, you mentioned J-Kuro being outperformed, and he heard that and took that personally. Such a big risk to take, completely on his own, going for the timing, going for the swing, taking down 2 players, and Scales on a lifeline. Able to find one, but not able to convert the second. It is yet another round for JDG. I mean, it is so hard to find a gap in this defense, but as I already mentioned, the hard piece of this composition from JDG has been their attack, so I'm a bit worried for TYL at this point.
This is the thing, right? J-Kuro now joins the 11 squad. Everyone's gonna get 11. Why not? Why not? J-Kuro sees it as well. Give it to Berlin next. Let him get 7 kills. I don't know how he does it. There's only 5 players on the server, but he'll find a way, I'm sure. But the performance, and this is the thing, right? You swing into YU, he's performing. You swing into J-Kuro, suddenly he's performing. Every single member of JDG in these ridiculous scenarios can suddenly perform, and you're not gonna get caught out by Slowly. Not like that.
What is that angle? That is so cheeky from Je. Already on the next one, trying to find another frag towards B main. Splash is holding that, but only a Sheriff in hand, so how much can he do realistically?
Die. Die is what he can do. The Prowler and the swing from Je. That is clinical. That could not have been set up better. And if you want just a little double piece of util, that's it. That's the JDG playstyle that we are seeing, and TYL are going to have to survive this.
And JDG, they are not risking anything. Playing against an economy round, still getting that Prowler in to support the operator, not having anyone go for individual fights. I think for JDG, it has become so important to not forget how important their utility is in those moments, to not mess up those rounds, especially against a team like TYL, who can make those economy rounds quite dangerous.
Getting less and less dangerous, especially with 18 seconds left on the board. Have to imagine, unless, you know, short of a From the Shadows miracle here, there is a fight onto the B site. YU's just going to shut down Scales, and ERV would have to do it all with no time left on the board. This is a very confident showing from JDG. TYL started off incredibly strong, but the warm-up from Je, the warm-up from all of these players, is on fire now.
Oh, and with the From the Shadows used to try to get the plant in, it was so necessary for Scales to find the frag against YU, but you can't stop him at the moment. I mean, the numbers are just getting bigger and bigger on that side. 13, 13, and 12 on the 3 top fraggers. The operator still online. For TYL, it's getting so hard to find an answer, but now at least they have another full buy on the line, trying to take some space towards B. The Sentinel utility is so hard to work against.
And look at what it means. It means you can open up the door. It means you can take a fight. And Slowly does manage to do that yet again. Use or lose your ultimates last round of the half. And that's exactly what's being done. And so far, TYL starting off very optimally. YU still online, though, to be able to force these 3 guns into classics, into sidearms. There's a very delayed push, though, from TYL. This is a very late lurk from Scales, all the way over on the B site. I know we say sometimes you don't need the backup, Alina, but this might be too late, but he's starting to speed up. But the spike's already ticking down a decent level. Waterfall is now controlled, but this might be the perfect crossfire. This might be exactly how Scales gets the frag. But instead, no, he has to put the cage down. He has to isolate himself. And now 2 versus 2. TYL stuck in the corner. They're gonna have to swing. Spike is still ticking down, and Splash takes down both! J-Kuro doesn't swing with Yuika, and now an 8-4 half to swap.
Oh, what a round. Getting the plant down on the C side while your Sentinel is still lurking around on Breeze somewhere is a bit crazy. But Splash is doing all the work in the end, collecting a double kill there for himself. Maybe getting that energy back online at some point. It felt like JDG was completely taken over, so for TYL to keep that confidence up is going to be very important, especially in the second half. They now have to prove themselves on defense, and I already mentioned the attack from the JDG is something you have to deal with, and on the other end, the defense from TYL has been statistically a bit better than the attack, so maybe a bit of a surprise we get to see once we are swapping those sides. I think the pistol round is going to be so essential for goes back in to keep this map in this realm of possibility. I mean, you already talked about your prediction of getting a heartbreaking comeback at some point. Maybe not on Lotus, but maybe somewhere else in the series.
It might be. Lotus is looking pretty comfortably JDG's side, but what I do, at the very least, find a lot of solace in for TYL is that Je did take a second to warm up, and a lot of the fights that he was more struggling in terms of holding than swinging. When Je was kind of swinging and taking the fights proactively, I don't think he missed a shot. When he was holding an angle, he got, you know, one or two kind of cheeky shots, but that was the more difficult side. So as long as you can avoid Je, and maybe avoid him getting the operator, or at the very least force him to hold an angle, play your retakes, the defense may not be over for TYL just yet.
There go swing, there go. That has certainly been a strat for this JDG roster. Now with the side swap online, the operator is a bit further away for a second, so TYL don't have to worry about that for at least 2 rounds. For the third, we are gonna have to rediscuss pistol win rate. A bit higher for TYL, maybe numbers are gonna help them out.
JDG do typically struggle under the pistol just that little bit. We'll see if there is going to be more struggles. But JDG already onto the B site. J-Kuro is already in the spawn, reminiscing about the old days when he was on the defense side and slowly not really ready for that push up. This is all just to force space. This is all just to create a distraction. We end up on the C site.
Trip is now telling TYL exactly what is going on, but the plan not to be denied. It's gonna be a retake, and it's gonna be a 5v5, so get ready for some utility to come in.
Even in the pistol round as well, the utility ERV, double smoke, still got the paranoia, got the sheriff online, splash with the lurk, couple of first shots missing, but the flank is absolutely beautiful. Slowly able to do the same. The bandit steals too! Why, you surely needs to be shot down. Yes, he is. But JDG are stacked up so cleanly, slowly, and Splash being dealt with on towards that door angle. Now JDG playing 2 versus 1 on the double up. Sufat's going to have to fall, make noise, swings Berlin, and actually doesn't even require the assistance of Crown Fisher. JDG on for the 9th. The pistol goes their way, and TYL's hopes and dreams all the way falling.
Well, in a situation like that, it is kind of the best you can do to push that mount in a 1v2 when your enemy's already got the plant in, but it is a crossfire setup, so even in a situation where Sufat can take down one, second is gonna come in and the round is basically gone. Economy advantage now on the side of JDG, and we talked about the operator being dangerous. Maybe Jay can even be dangerous on the slightly smaller sniper, a Marshall in hand, but it is a Quadra hold on stairs from TYL.
I don't think we have enough like levels of elevation. Like we do low high and we do low mid high. But what's this? This is,
I mean, there is a stair to work with, so maybe this is low, mid, high, and high.
yeah, like it's the way you like do a steak, like medium low, medium well, medium like well done. Like if you want to do it that way, yeah, I'll go along with that. I think that works.
But the medium rare hold has been broken off and sent over towards the seaside now. TYL is stacking that pretty heavily without any information really. I mean, it is an orb taken from JDG, yes, but they haven't taken any more space. No steps to be heard, just the rotating door now giving some information. The timing, oh, might just be a tiny bit off, but JDG is getting all the frags anyway.
Oh, and I mean, it's a good setup in terms of the firing squad, but you do have the gun disadvantage at the end of the day. Typically, unless just every shot goes your way, that's not going to be a fight that you win. And Sufat BB, very much similarly, in a fight that typically you're not going to win. We've seen the 1v3 at about an 18%. That was assuming guns are in hand. And currently that is not the case for Sufat BB, so the Marshal's going to have to echo out. Berlin, the only one to fall to a body shot here. JDG just have everything under control. Shot to bait out the swing. It's not going to be enough on its own, but the steps are there, so now the position's known. Sufat BB, essentially a collab would be needed, and a shot cannot even go out of the gun, as JDG on double digits already.
Oh, that was a quick one. The minute this door is opening towards the main, JDG is so aware that there is a potential stack going on, that there might be a firing squad waiting for them at the other end of that door, converting most of the shots pretty clean, and then you have TYL in this very impossible situation. A 1v3 with a Marshal, not something you clutch any day. For JDG, there was an Outlaw in hand for a second, but they decide to go for a rifle on Jay. It is a full buy for TYL, but the bonus round from JDG doesn't look too bad.
Doesn't look awful. It doesn't really look awful, which means it looks terrible for TYL. Same way, every round is a new possibility, is a fresh start, but JDG, we already kind of knew this going in. It's nice, it's beautiful catch with the paint shells, but it's just the one agent that can get away scot-free.
He didn't find as much impact as it could. We see JDG playing very often with those rotations on a map like Lotus. Those bigger maps, we see how important the rotations are. The space control is crucial to get some more information in. Paranoia is delaying them at least a little bit, so the rotation from TYL can come as well.
I was really concerned ERV would try and like force the position on box after that kind of util spam. Very glad the reposition came through, and now Skills manages to take down a sentinel of his own. YU falls on the C site slowly as well on this main. That's more of the pace we want to see. Nothing slow out of him for this round, and 20 seconds left. The young rising star, the man that came out of nowhere, Crownfisher on his own. I think he's going to come out of nowhere against Skills. The Skills still on the ball, ready for the fight.
Yeah, taking that last player down, I mean, respectfully, how much can Crownfisher do with 15 seconds and the spike being dropped somewhere in the middle of nowhere? The round was gone, but maybe some damage would have hurt the economy of TYL. In this case, they get to keep 4 of their rifles, so the next round is gonna look pretty good for them. On the other end, we see JDG not really being able to stabilize. They are investing pretty heavily into this round, so if TYL manage to win this, we have JDG on another eco round.
Indeed, and well, the rubble control's already taken, and there is that Convergent Paths online for Slowly, which will be the difference maker here if it is able to get pushed out in the opportune time. Berlin gets one off the Nightfall, but it's not enough entirely. Well, the only player actually with the Sheriff, maybe a donation on towards him just to get that frag in the Nightfall online, just to even force the position that little bit better. The position forced regardless. JDG now on towards the site. Spike is to be planted. Slowly takes the first shot. Convergent Paths is online. And immediately is going to force a difficult situation. Scales taking so much space. Not checking me in. This might be the end of him. Splash to find Je. And we said checking down Amy and it wasn't going to be enough. JDG answer 4-2. That's all they're going to find. TYL with a very solid retake. And Alina, they are on a save now, JDG.
I do enjoy the Convergent Path investment very much into this round, because you know what's on the line. You know you are probably breaking your enemy's economy, and especially in a situation where your enemy has double the rounds that you have. Breaking your enemy's economy is a pretty nice idea to get a comeback started. You see the energy coming back up for TYL, 2 rounds in a row now, and maybe a third to be found if those smaller guns from JDG can't be too dangerous.
Shall see. The smaller guns should maybe be shut down by Slowly in the Outlaw, but if you're on a lower buy, you want to play the gun's effective range, which is usually just code for let's rush it down B. It's exactly what's been done. Sufat BB getting the util dump on towards him on link. Prowler comes through, no hesitation. Paranoia onto J Kuro, retaking the site with exactly the utility you would hope, but the gunplay not going exactly as well, and shoot with the Headhunter does the damage. 10 HP left. Those last 2 Sentinels still have this map, still have this round locked down, Alina. It's not over just yet. It's not over just yet! How have TYL led this away?
Oh, what a shot from YU, but Jay on 10 HP and the Headhunter is what's making me so concerned right here. ERV can only guess where this is going. Walking back towards the B side, but it is JDG trying to get the plant in onto that C side. 10 HP on Jay. You are not allowed to do more than you already did.
At least the plant for the Tour de Force gets him one more online. If he does more than he already does, he gets that ult online. And 10 HP does mean the bait is going to come through. YU's got a gun as well. And he doesn't even need the support. He doesn't need the bait. A single fight, ERV falls, and a thrifty for the double one.
And we are starting off so lovely with a nice read, solid utility, the Prowler Paranoia combination to really make sure the enemy has no chance. And at some point the smoke towards main is fading and JDG has their vision back, the trades are coming in, and then there's Jay doing illegal work, it feels like. Jay things, yeah, maybe that's just that.
Well, 4 ultimates now on the board for JDG, and potential run it down, but they can really do anything here. We've highlighted just already how much map presence JDG can show, how quick the rotates can be, so there's every world where, you know, the ultimate is committed to the A site, and then the rotate comes through. Doesn't seem like it's happening right now. Based on the haunt, the paranoia, it looks like it is just going to be a fight for this A site. TYL do have the showstopper online, but we've already highlighted how much that damage has been done, how much that rocket potentially cannot find. And speaking of being found, J Kuro trying to force the fight. He comes back up with the satchels. He wants to take this. Doesn't get the kill, but the damage helps Skills fall. And a 4 versus 4 retake now. Jun with the cleanest tap with the Headhunter. Only in action, not by name. Now a one-man standing splash to fall. And TYL facing down a map point already.
Flash on such little HP can't do much, you might say, and then you reconsider because you witnessed Jay doing a double kill with the Headhunter in the last round, so maybe we're just not paying too much attention to HP numbers in this series today. I mean, you already mentioned, this is gonna be a marathon, not a sprint. Lose the first map, just try to forget about it, try to focus on the maps coming up next, but this is gonna be the match point for JDG on their first map pick. They had the upper hand in the veto, so having that bit of an advantage early on is just a given factor, but having them being in the lead so dominant was not really my expectation.
I was hoping just for the side of TYL to start off this series with this map, which was their intention, was to start off this series with such a strong performance. TYL, had they made this, you know, look that bit more competitive, JDG might have just had the win taken out from their seals, but instead, sure to get a bit of damage and the retreat, complete safety in numbers. And Skills now trying to get the timing. Crownfisher, a swing, a crouch under the bullets, and takes the hat right off of Skills' head. Slowly though managing to track the bullets. Shouldn't be too much more than that. And it's Shan. Map 1 already finished. JDG 13-6 with some of the fastest rounds I've seen on this stage.
JDG is really making up for that longer entry we got to see earlier on. That was a lot of a show. It took some time, and JDG, they took a look at their clocks and they were like, okay, we have some time. We have to make even for. That was a quick one, and that was JDG really showing us how aware they are in those fights that are getting a bit more chaotic. I mean, we have Splash satcheling across the whole site, and still everyone on JDG seems like they know exactly where to watch, where to look, which angles could be dangerous, and this is pretty much what is giving them the win in this first map.
It looks like players already prepped for the interview, so we're going to just jump over, fire that over to our wonderful translator.
想问一下 Bill 教练，你觉得上一局比赛获胜的核心因素是什么？你希望队员们接下来在哪些方面做得更好一些呢？
What do you think you guys did well?
우승한 중요한 포인트는 무엇이라고 생각하시나요? 그리고 팀원들이 다음 맵에 대해 어떤 점 더 수정했으면 좋겠나요?
일단 아까 공격 라운드에서 와이어 선수랑 니우자 선수가 남았을 때 이코 라운드 이긴 거 그게 가장 중요한 포인트였다고 생각하고 다음 경기 때는 사실 로터스 스코어는 마음에 들지만 경기 내용은 솔직히 마음에 하나도 안 들어가지고 그 내용을 좀 집중적으로 얘기해서 2세트 때는 원래 저희가 하던 게임을 하기 위한 그런 피드백을 좀 해서 진행하면 될 것 같습니다.
首先比较满意的
Well,
一点
they
就
were
是进攻的
satisfied
时候，
with
就是牛
the rounds that Jua and YU got on attack. Those were very key to their gameplay.
然后其实
Even though they got the win, they weren't super satisfied with the scoreline.
就是游戏内容
They didn't do everything they wanted
我
within
们
the
想要
game.
的那个内容，所以就是下一个。 关于下一张图
For
的一些
the
内
game
容，我
plan
们会
next
重点
game
做一些
or
调整，
next
然
map,
后
they're
恢复
gonna
到
go
我
back
们之
to
前的那
like
种
they're
样
gonna
子。
try to do as
好的，
much as
感
they
谢
can
教
and
练。
go
接
back
下
to
来
their
想问一
form.
下谢教，你认为上一局莲花古城你们失利的主要原因是什么？在图一出
Tyler
现了什么样
coach,
的
what
问
do
题
you think were the issues on map 1? Why do you think you lost?
我们图一失利的主要原因，我觉得可能今天队员手感还没有热
Because
起来嘛。
he thinks his players haven't warmed up yet, and also because they've played so many games back to back, the players are tired.
所以我希望
And so they
他们
need to
突然能调整
adjust,
好状态。
and
你
he
希
hopes
望
they
他
can
们可以
adjust
迅速
quickly.
调整。那下一张地图也来到了你们的自选图，你认为你有多少胜算可以拿下这张地图的
What
胜
are
利？
you
等
gonna
等会
tell
针
the
对什么部分去
team
叮嘱
before
一下
the
选
next
手呢？
map, and how much faith do you have in
胜算
like winning the map?
大概有个7、8成吧。然后
So it's kind of like a
叮嘱队员的其实就是希
70-80%
望他们
chance
可能
of
打得
winning,
更
and
活跃一
he's
些，或
gonna
者说
tell
就是
them
找
to
回前
make
两天那
sure
种
to
就
go
是
back to the
向
form
上
they
生
had
活
for
的
the
状
past
态吧。
couple of days.
是的，感谢。那接下来想问一下 Bell 教练，下一张地图也是对方的自选图，是否已经做好了准备？同时，
So
想
the
在这张
JDG
地图上
coach,
获胜，认
have
为最
you
关键的点是什么
made？the preparations for the next map, and what do you think are going to be the keys? winning?
혹시 저희 준비 되시고 있는지 그리고 다음 맵에 우승하려면 관건적인 포인트는 무엇이라고 생각하시나요?
아까 로터스에서도 사실 많은 실수를 저질렀는데도 불구하고 이긴 거라 일단 실수를 계속 줄이고 우리가 어떤 스타일로 게임을 했는지 선수들이 잊지 않게 그거를 하다 보면 스플릿도 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
首先
They made a
图一
lot
虽
of
然
mistakes
就是我
on
们也
map
做了
1,
很多失误
and even
嘛，
though
出
they
现了很多失误，然
got
后
the map,
虽然拿下
they
了图
need
一，但
to
是
like
还是
reduce
那
the
句
amount
话
of
就是减
mistakes
少
they're
下一张
making
图减
and
少
go
我们
back
的
to
失
the
误，
form
然
that
后
they know they
回
can
到
have.
我们原本的状态。
感谢两位教练，
That's
期
the
待
end of the
两队
interview.
精彩
Back
的
to the
表现。
casters.
接下来让把时间交还给评论席。
I can't not believe that we're saying that JDG returned to form. 13-6 looked pretty comfortable to me, I must say. Those opening rounds were really the only issue that we had, I think, Alina, but, well, coach and staff disagree.
Yeah, I mean, 13-6, all reason not to be happy with your team, I guess.
Yeah.
It seemed like they had bigger expectations for this, and yeah, rightfully so. What a devastating performance from
I can't believe
JDG.
this.
How could you play like this in a grand final?
I am curious to see what genuinely those kind of micro decisions are, because you say that as a coach for a reason, right? Because your team has just won 13-6. The last thing you want to do is go not satisfied with the performance and the morale falls. That's the worst thing that could happen, right? But I mean, JDG, they did look locked in. The map control was still there, and the comms, I imagine, just as clean.
只希望你们全心全意的相信自己，还有相信你们身边的队友，好吗
OK，
别的真的都不重要了，好吧？就
OK，
打开心，自信一点，自信一点去打。你觉得能打那就打，你觉得需要你站出来你就站出来，
没错，
好吧？那两个最基本的，第一，集中在自己的个人操作上；第二，集中在跟队友的沟通上，把这2点做好。 好吧，随便打，
收到，收到。
我完全相信你们，兄弟们。
我想提醒大家，我们一路走来这些，我们靠的不是什么一个人什么超人 play 还是什么个人能力，我们靠的是5个人的协同配合，还有我们的战术，还有大家彼此相信的能力，好吧？我觉得这是其他队都没有的。没毛，保持沟通，保持沟通，保持相信。没毛，没毛，没毛病。
这波没有，这波没有。
有了吗？没有了，下。时间，
有烟吗？在那个什么，树
2个近点，
两个，他们在直架的。
树跟近点，近点死了。
树，多一个。
黑大跟树，
没时间了，
言吧。黑大，第波，第挡下。Nice。 要3，你们
2看
2-1吧，好吧？我在，你在架吗？我在看左边，我开枪过来，
我帮你看左边，
你把那个枪先拿过来。nice，快，一起拉，
走，找时间，有眼，先给眼。没拆，假的，
跳下了。
YU.
And with that, the first map of this grand final is dealt with. YU, I mean, he has been putting on a performance for the whole of this map, having an incredible start, and he was not stopping nearly to KDA, very close of that mark, and lovely numbers he's been putting on the board on this Vice.
I mean, 84% cast, and most of those are just kills. Like, that's the thing. You would hope your Sentinel, if you've got a high cast, that would be the, you know, the survive, the traded, even the assist. But this was just kills. This was just, and it started from this. When you're getting double kills, but you're stealing away right clicks that early on, the momentum really does just fall into his favor. And he'd already had such a dominant performance that as long as the rest of JDG can just use that momentum to come online, which we think they did. The coaches, on the other hand, we've highlighted, maybe not so much, but 4 more maps at the, well, 2 more at the least, potentially another 4 for both of these rosters to come online.
And momentum is definitely going to be a factor here. We've been also hearing the TYL coach talking about the fact that his players are maybe just very drained from the last couple of matches they had to play, just coming out of the BO5 yesterday with a bunch of overtimes, and we see that tiredness on the server just a little bit. And while on JDG we hear the pep talk being, if you have a gut feeling, you want to peak that and you can win that, do it. On the side of TYL, I feel like there is a bit of nervousness around their gunfights happening, and that cannot happen in a grand final.
I mean, we did see, you know, a couple of times, even that swing from Crown Fisher that was very much just a, you know, a quick swing, quick crouch, quick shot. The movement just looking very clean, and TYL not able to kind of cut that down maybe as much as they would have wanted. But JDG chop up Lotus and move us on. So we will be getting into Split in but just a moment. Going to just take a little bit of a break, let the players get fed, rehydrated, and when we are back, we move on. TYL's map pick in Split. Do not go anywhere.
Gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Say yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah.
If you catch my drift. On your feet right next to me, come on.
And as short of a break as some of those rounds were on map number 1, we do return. 13-6 was the scoreline from JDG on Lotus. An expected result, and apparently two very different expectations of how we got there. The coaches versus ourselves. That was then and this is now. We move on to Split, and it's Tylu's pick.
And for Tylu, this map, I mean, they've been winning this a lot in this stage, but it has gotten a bit harder, it feels like. The last 2 matches they played on this map went to overtime. Before that, there was the loss against Nova, also in overtime. So they played a bunch of rounds, a lot to review there, so definitely something to work with. But it doesn't mean this map is going to get any easier when you're playing against the JDG that has been playing the way they do in this last couple of matches. I mean, I've been looking at their statistics, and when we had this side swap coming up on Lotus, it says that their pistol win rate isn't as good, but in their last 5 series played, they have more than 2/3 pistol win rate. I mean, this is hitting 70%. That's crazy.
That's terrifying, because again, that is a very terrifying prospect, and just, we can circle back to it, because the pistol is always such an interesting conversation, at least in my eyes. Some people think it's the least interesting conversation to have, but the conversation in front of us is the agent compositions, and well, after everything that was locked down as the Sentinel on Chamber, deciding to take all the jewels that he wants and taking them at as fast a pace as Lotus was in general. So very, very exciting stuff, and kind of to be expected again from Tylu, just like you were saying.
I mean, they've been rocking the double duelist Neon Waylay composition ever since week 2 of groups, so that's definitely something they are used to by now. On the other end, for Tylu, they experimented with dropping the Jet once, lost, and decided to never do that again. So having Jet back into the conversation really helped them out closing those last 2 games on Split. But can they do that again? Can they maybe even do that with dodging an overtime? Because this is just map number 2. This might be a very long day for them. And we heard them talk about energy. We heard them talk about tiredness. They have to get the energy back up right now.
Tylu they're getting the wins to get this far, but they were not very confident. The overtimes and such were very much a factor that have to be, grinding them down slowly but surely. And this pistol win rate, just to get back on towards it, Alina. Some people, the most important round, and some people say, it's pistol go next, doesn't matter. But when you're rocking that 70% win rate, that basically means one round of the 2 are gonna go your way, and it's gonna make it a lot easier for at least one half to be converted. And JDG already towards the B site, slowly on the flank, with the information been found. Spike's been tapped. Being sort of juggled right now. The utility is doing a good job at shutting it down, but there's still 60 seconds left in this clock, more than time for the plant to fall. Don't think the Trailblazer has found anything. Slowly he's managing to create quite a bit of a distraction here on Garage, and a double up from him and ERV does the damage exactly right. Crown Fisher, one last man standing, but a 3k from Slowly to take the pistol.
I think what TYL did very well in this round was making uncomfortable for JDG to be on the spot. They had B-side control and it didn't get them anywhere. No plan to be found, no space to be taken. They feel pretty cramped on that side, and usually as an attacker, when you have a side for yourself, you should feel pretty comfortable, but no chance at all getting that gut feeling online with TYL being everywhere around you.
There's sometimes as the attacker you get onto the site and you go, it's quiet. It's too quiet. And about 4 seconds later, you realize why it is so quiet. It's because TYL have taken mid control. It's because they're already behind you taking the garage fight, and all of that site presence doesn't mean very much if you find yourself getting caught in that trap. And TYL already looking at least a lot more comfortable, and J.Kiro, confidence is not going to be dissuaded, but Skills invents 4-3, shuts down the entire execution. Splash follows it up, and a flawless not gonna be, but a 4k from Skills. We said about the ultimates being generated last map, and the Viper's Pit is coming online.
Yeah, definitely, with that 4k found. I mean, Splash is just running in there, going for the run and gun with the Spectre. It's not really working out, but Scales is behind him, cleaning up the little mess he made. I mean, the JDG economy rounds have been dangerous, so seeing TYL playing against one pretty cleanly is lowering my worries a bit, but it was Scales with a 4k, so how repeatable is that if this is coming up again?
We'll see how repeatable, because at the end of the day, that is what your concrete evidence is can it be done yet again? And a high-low from JDG looking a bit more constant, and a beautiful shot from YU. Trailblazer and Splash both brought down, and that is going to be the calm JDG with that stack. It's going to be fast push on towards the B site, but TYL at the very least confident in that push. They knew they were giving up that space, and they're going to try and get it back as quick as possible.
It's interesting how JDG is playing with space here. Jay is still towards Sewers, being spotted now. Maybe he can keep the attention of TYL there just a little longer, and then the retake is gonna take a while.
And Zhe's not anywhere. Like, Zhe needed to die there a little bit, because this retake has to come through on a much higher pace now. Look at how fast he's going. Look at the minimap. Look at the neon. I'm hearing music. I'm hearing saxophones get louder, because TYL cannot get onto this site right now, and they have a neon coming up behind them. Heaven is not under control anymore, and JDG, they send all of the TYL players up towards the ERV, a consolation prize on the Zhe, but surely that's all that will be found.
I talked about TYL having a good job done in the pistol round, making it so uncomfortable for JDG, and then 2 rounds later it is JDG who managed to make this round so unwinnable with having Zhe survive in sewers. That's basically the round win condition for them.
Had Zhe just got the head taken off, and there was quite a bit of commitment towards that. That should have been how that went, but plays to his strengths, knows that survival is key, and unlocks the round.
Now TYL, we see them struggling with economy already. ERV is just on a stinger, having a paranoia ready to set up Splash to maybe collect a gun for him. Boombot is gonna confirm some people there, and JDG, they are already on the side.
J.Kiro wasting no time, not even going for the Heaven fight either, accepting the fact that maybe Zhe or anyone else can control Heaven again. TYL already lost it in the previous round. Spike now getting planted, a 5 versus 5 retake. This should go the way of TYL if the utility, if the angles are found correctly. JDG are just finding more and more information. Saturate to stop the push off the back of the Guiding Light off the Trailblazer, but Splash is still in, and JDG are playing this perfectly to set up from main, just to make life a little bit difficult. Slowly, and ERV can't really support the team, and now a 1 versus 1 after all of this. Spike in the corner, the refract put down as a bait. Slowly the shots cannot be found initially, but J.Kiro gives up the fight, gives up his life, and gives up the round.
Those were the last 2 bullets in Slowly's Phantom, and they get the job done. I mean, in the beginning of this retake, JDG is basically doing everything right. They are countering every piece of utility that TYL is trying to bring in. They're trying to make 1 or 2 meters forward in this retake scenario, and then in the end, utility doesn't matter. It is just slowly collecting kill after kill after kill, a triple kill for him to get that retake over the finish line. And now we see economy being an issue for JDG again. It is starting already to look like Lotus.
Look, nostalgia gets a lot of things done, and oh, okay, JQ gets more things done. Just stands in front of Ram. 3 players stand in his way, and he steamrolls over all 3. The site is taken. JDG. Well, we said a highlight of Lotus. That's a round that went about as fast as some of the Lotus ones did as well.
I mean, you said there are 3 players in the way of J. Kuro. To him, it probably felt like they were just lining up there for him, waiting to be executed. Basically, the round pretty much done and dusted for TYL at this point already. It looks like they're still going for it. The 2v4, not the most realistic, and YU and Crownfish are making sure of that. JDG find yet another one, and with that, their economy should be a bit stabilized. I am worried about the economy on TYL's side on the other end.
Digging deep into the pockets, but I mean, they dig deep. I mean, Jake Kuro, that's insane. He just swings into the Viper smoke as well. Doesn't even need to see. Turns off the monitor for but a second. And he still picks up 2. The 3rd with the support, obviously, from the side of Crownfisher. But yeah, damage done. Economy is weak. Bleed storming from the shadows online for Slowly and ERV, respectively. So there is still some damage to be done. I doubt JDG are going to let this slip through their fingers that quickly.
Kuro is doing a lot of work keeping TYL busy towards that A site, while the rest of his team is just walking up the mid area. Trailblazer is going to confirm the position of Scales towards Vents, but TYL is rotating over. Bladestorm online slowly could be a dangerous factor here if not all of his teammates are taking down beforehand.
Oh, and slowly not getting caught a little bit unaware on that first engagement. Didn't seem fully prepped to do the damage with the Blade Storm, and Splash gets the kill, but ERV now in a 1 versus 3. Bandit online. Crownfisher at that range deals with the shadow on the wall, and another equalized, another 3-3. Reflections of Lotus down to the minuscule micro details.
I mean, for TYL in the match yesterday, the biggest issue was decisiveness in their defensive rounds. That laugh was a bit scary.
Ominous. Ominous is the word.
they were like so indecisive if they're going for the side hold or the retake, and then lost players on the way, and the retake got a lot harder for them, and I see that happening again. I mean, they're going for the retakes a lot more, but still in a bunch of those they had a player disadvantage already.
This might be already TYL's downfall is the essentially struggling to either make presence or deal with JDGs, because if they do the aggressive defense, JDG seem prepped to hold them. On the rounds that they're trying to hold the site, JDG seem prepped to overwhelm them, to really force the agenda. And the guiding light to cause a bit of a distraction, bird for bird, and information found at least a teeny bit.
But I mean, what is it really confirming? You have utility everywhere on the map, and it was enough to send ERV over towards B. Even now JDG, they are grouping at A again. The guiding light confirmed 1 player. What are the odds that that's just YU going for lurk? So no confirmation there really. With the Trailblazer now being sent in, probably TYL is better off sending reinforcements for Sufad and Scales. They are finding their individual frags. The spike dropped exactly at that Viper wall. Jay has so much work to do and he can't do anything.
Oh, and a commitment from Splash that might be a bit overzealous. At the very least, it's technically a trade, 1-for-1 convergent paths for the showstopper. From the shadows as well, gets Crownfisher on the site in red time, slowly dances around the smoke absolutely perfectly. And what would be essentially the 1v5 clutch from Crownfisher. We heralded this player. Where did he come from? Where is he gonna go? Up and towards the sky. I genuinely thought that fight against Splash was gonna go the other way.
Yeah, where did Crown Fisher come from exactly? I've seen an Omen 1v4 clutch on that exact side, on that exact map yesterday, so I was worried for a hot second, but Crown Fisher cannot repeat the works of ERV, his enemy on the server. Made it work yesterday, but he cannot get past the first enemy in this one. We see a timeout coming in from JDG, and I feel like it is kind of the same situation that we were facing in the earlier rounds of Lotus. A bunch of these rounds feel so labored. It is hard work to get onto the side, to get the round across the finish line. And even though TYL is in the lead doesn't feel comfortable. JDG being one round away, I mean, this is just pretty narrow between those two teams. I love that sweater. I love the sweater.
the audience always do show up for the show. As much as the show is there for them, especially in this region, they're part of the show and they fully understand that. And I want to say the show that's getting put on for me in particular is how tight a ship it does seem that Coach Beal really wants to be running for JDG. If a player dies in JDG, I think Beal is now going, nah, that was a poor round. Why wasn't it flawless? And not entirely, not literally that, but we got from the interview before, he is making sure all members of JDG are playing tip-top shape at all times.
Yeah, he's sitting there taking notes and he's like, oh, that piece of utility didn't get any impact. Oh, terrible. That's terrible. I mean, you have to have that eye for things going wrong as a coach in a situation like that, but he's been being very, very clear about what his expectations for his team are. Trying to maybe motivate them even, saying, oh, I know you can do even more. You are even better than what we've seen on the... But it is always tough to find that balance between being motivating and really just dragging energy.
We get to see, and the best part about it will be when this is internationally, we will be getting to see some of the coaches who are very, very reserved, and some of the coaches who are absolutely the most energized. You know, one round is over and the hands go up in the air, all the damage is done, and speaking of damage being done, Sufat's position here should have been a round opener, but Zhe and Berlin do manage to shut it down. The positioning, Zhe essentially saying that Suyers is his, and only he shall lurk through it, and YU now needs to be able to deal with this. A beautiful double swing. The second position expected as well. Splash very heads up, despite the swing not coming through from Zhe initially. And Berlin similarly has to face a 2v1 and cannot do it.
A lovely push and pull from TYL, basically. Having that Viper's Pit online towards A main is usually having your enemies reconsider if they're not going for the mid or garage hit, and then they have this double setup in garage that JDG is running into, and they are not getting out there alive. Splash with a lovely aim performance, ERV swinging in there for the last one, and especially post timeout from JDG, this is kind of devastating to lose.
I want to point out, they lost the timeout last time on Lotus and then won the Thrifty. So, all bets are off. Maybe we're just seeing Beal reach into the future. One round ahead. He's from the future. He's predicted it. And he knows that this was the round built up for. That is copium, of course. That's not realistic. But with the way JDG are playing, you could make the case for it. And they're already up on Heaven again. Alina, they're already making that space, but they're not committing to it.
Why don't you think that they're just discussing how to deal with time, with eco rounds and their timeouts? Could be a possibility, definitely. But is TYL having the upper hand in this one again? Slowly finding Crown Fisher, so the flex smoke's out as well. No controller left alive. Slowly being dealt with, but still a numbers advantage for the side of TYL.
There's a concern here. Look at TYL. Look at what Scales was looking at for so long, staring down the A site, because Zhe is still alive. Zhe could flank. The Seekers now come through to give all the information that these players are all on site. But there is essentially a setup here. 2 1v1s and then the 2 versus X on towards Heaven. So Sufat and ERV are going to be the ones here. The fake flash, the timing! Sufat plays that geniusly! And ERV manages to win his 1v1 as well. Zhe pops the overdrive, but he's going to overheat and only run on fumes.
Oh, I can only imagine the thoughts going through the player's mind, seeing that bird and being like, "Oh, what is that bird doing? Is that gonna flash? He's just flying. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's not optimal. I mean,
not at all.
It was an economy round for JDG. You cannot expect them to win those, but that flash from Sufet was just on another level.
I have never seen the disco guy. I've never seen the disco ball guiding light. That's awesome. That is some insane sky tech right there. I love that. And it gets the 6th. But JDG now, guns and ultimates in hand, they're gonna want to answer back, and well, they have teeth to bite.
Yeah, definitely. JDG, they are taking space towards their B heaven again. This time not looking like they're backing away. They want that side control, and Berlin finding scales in mid is going to be a very important anchoring factor for TYL being down.
Very much the case done, damage to be done. And TYL, they are playing this retake angle very, very directly. We are seeing that from the easy control that JDG are getting on towards heaven, and well, typically it wasn't enough of a double-edged sword. This time it is looking much more labored. Viper's Pit online with still all 5 of these players from JDG online. No other ultimates, to be fair, on the board. So there is at least a hope, a wing, and a prayer, especially if Jude doesn't hear the drop, but he's gonna get the adaptation, and ERV now would have to up his performance yesterday, go from a 1v4 to the 1v5 in a Viper's Pit, no less. And I know he realizes exactly how futile that would be.
And the Viper's Pit is lovely, not only covering the whole plant spot, but also some meters towards Ellie. And with the fact that J. Kuro and Crownfisher still have garage control, you really have nothing to worry about. The retake from TYL could only be that dangerous, and for JDG, they had such a big safety net playing around that Viper's Pit that there were basically hardly any odds that they lose. There's a lovely opening found towards mid. Then they play this down pretty cleanly. A lovely recovery, considering that after the timeout, the first couple of rounds didn't go their way. And now they are back in their line. Could even finish this half even if they manage to convert 2 more.
Would be the hope for JDG. I think if TYL do look on towards, you may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, I think their defense is what TYL kind of rely on towards this map in particular. Especially with the composition, that would kind of benefit the case. They do have a very versatile composition. They do have a possibility very easily to play attack and defense, especially if Skills be able to get the shot on the Jeu, do a decent chunk of damage. And despite the team flash, still a lot of gaps to be found, and YU believing he's found one himself, but he is getting held. No, he's not! No, he's not!
He's just doing a double kill there. What on earth is YU doing? Hitting the 180 there in Haven, basically.
I don't know. I don't know. After that, everything is up in the air. Skills is going to have to pull a miracle. And now, from the shadows, the distraction play. Crownfisher must die. Must pay for his sins. Berlin's going to make them even more. The guiding light. Raze versus Sky. Splash versus Berlin. Spike ticking down for the penultimate round of this half. Where is he? We don't know. Berlin doesn't know. The timing could be everything. And instead, it's going to be a perfect reposition. Berlin playing this very away. Believing in his patience, believing in his timing. Spike is tapped, info to be found, but surely this is not a winnable situation. 74 damage done, but the Spike has ticked down. Berlin plays to perfection to get JDG their 5th.
This is the second round where JDG is essentially winning because they know how important it is to stay alive for the longest time. We see Jay being an important factor in that one, and right now it has been Berlin knowing exactly how important his repositioning is, not dying on too early, hearing the Spike ticking and ticking further and further, and then his pure survival is getting JDG that round. You've been talking about win rates quite a bit, and before we head into the last round of this half, for JDG, the defense hasn't been their strongest horse. For TYL, there are still a lot of possibilities because for them the statistics are a lot more even.
Okay, that's a comforting thought for anyone that wants to be seeing more than 3 maps. A comforting thought for us as well. I'm sure Beal is going to be very concerned, but he was given the support towards JDG as well. He understood that that was a play, especially from the side of YU, that should have never been able to happen. And I'm surprised, honestly, off the back of it, the timeout doesn't come through, but it is last round on the half. So getting both of them ready and safe. There's another kill on the board. The Splash surely trying to dance around this dark cover. He does have the backup. JKuro with the swing. A trade for trade. It's still 2 for 2. Everything is even as possible. Slowly with the gun bought up. No knives from the Bladestorm left. JDG, the reposition's very solid here. A commitment towards the defender side spot.
JKuro has been standing shoulder to shoulder with players on that side for so long, and it maybe just have been enough. It is a 1v1 again on that A side slowly against YU, and it is the same position that Berlin played in just in the last round. It is the even half. It is the 6-6 on the board, and it is a lovely recovery from JDG, who looked like they couldn't get it done anymore after that timeout. TYL just seemed to be the better team, but we have been proven wrong yet again. 6-6 on the board. Everything is possible. And I've been talking about the statistics a bit. I feel like, especially for a team like JDG, it is so hard to rely on the numbers, because like so many rounds in the statistic are from the group stage where they could hardly win any rounds at all. So how reliant are we on those numbers? How much can TYL rely on those numbers? And how much do you just have to expect that JDG is a new team, a refined version of themselves?
You highlighted it in the pre-show, Alina, that just JDG didn't have any sort of big resurgence in the group stage. Obviously that kind of 1 and 4, but you said earlier that the group stage doesn't matter as much anymore, and JDG may have understood that. They may have been able to actually read that through, do all the damage possible. And if you say, hey, we can work with the stats, JDG's response is, what stats? What stats? What stats could you possibly have to work against us?
Stats from groups? Really? They are already in the trash bin. We don't mind them anymore. I mean, ever since play-ins, the numbers have definitely shifted for JDG. Still, the attack is their better side. The defense is just not as much lacking anymore. I feel like we see those teams seeing their issue, and may that be the attack, may that be defense, economy rounds, or pistols in general, and then some teams just start hyper-focusing on that issue and perfect that, but everything else just goes down south. But for JDG, they have found a really nice pace in working on issues while still being able to maintain the performance in the areas where they have already done a good job.
They are definitely making it seem like the damage that could be done, and I'm seeing Beal's perspective a little bit more, where we were quite a few times during that half. JDG, of course, I mean, they get it 6 and 6, but they were clutches. You know, why you get in that position on screens? Berlin doing the exact same the previous round. A little bit closer for comfort than maybe what JDG would have liked to see, and especially going into this defensive half that doesn't give them as many favors, especially as what TYL's did kind of back on Lotus. We might be seeing a reflection on that scoreline. But JDG not playing to the same level of confidence to push up mid as their opposition, and they will be cut down for their lack of confidence.
Yeah, the confidence not really showing in those aim duels, and then it's just TYL taking each and every player down, except for JKuro, who is now trying to fill in that space, but the enemies are already gone. They already walk towards Suez, trying to group with Scales, who's holding down that space towards the A side.
The live 5 versus 2 clutch percentage going on, by the way. Let's point that out, because that is... I don't know if that's literally updating on just player position, or with like bullets in the mags, but the fact that that's so adaptive, the fact that that is online, is pretty impressive, all things considered. But it's only getting lower with the damage done. 0.1% out of nowhere. As we say, 4 versus 2 here for the side of TYL. The spike has been planted. Screens that did so much damage for them. It's not going to do it again. The timing from JKuro and Berlin just out of this world. And a jump pick from ERV, but he's taking this solo. He doesn't really have the backup from Sufat BB on that angle. He now does a little bit more, but that body shot from Berlin, a 1 versus 1, has to reload, give away his position, and Sufat BB will stomp towards his opposition to get the frag, but yet again, TYL nearly letting a confident win slip through their fingers.
The computer is like, oh, look at the odds. This is a 2v4. The spike is down. Let's say this is 0.1, and then frags are starting to fall, and another frag, and another frag, and at some point it was back up to like 20%, and I was like, the computer doesn't know what to do anymore. Poor guy.
If the system doesn't know what to do, we follow the system. There's only so much. Either that or we step outside the rules of the system altogether. And if TYL want to step into a comfortable third map, they're going to have to start really breaking the system that JDG have put in place. It's only the first round of the second half. And TYL's confidence on this map showing a little bit more to what JDG's was on Lotus. A little tight swing to come through. Doesn't force the swing from JKuro. Meanwhile, slowly able to pick up the first kill with the Marshal on towards the B site. That was the full garage hold. No scope doesn't find the mark, but still so much distraction here. And all members of JDG either in mid towards B. And a nice shot from JKuro. All that's going to be found, surely it shall be.
Yeah, the frags found in the end, it is really slowly doing all the work there. Not only finding the opening on Touge, but then also confirming that there are 2 players still towards that B-side heaven, which is giving the players in mid a lot of securities in how to take and isolate the fights. You know, there can only be so much happening from vents. There can only be so many players pushing us at that time, because slowly just confirmed positions of 2 further players. It is just a lot of hard work for TYL to get these rounds online, and you are so reliant on getting that information before you can make further steps.
And that's, as long as JDG can kind of keep making these rounds expensive, then they can play out the war of attrition, because that's JDG are so good at flipping the momentum. JDG are so good at putting TYL on a slightly disadvantageous position and then really leaning on towards them. Shots from Scales very labored, and Je takes down 2 because of it. That should have never have happened. That should have been a clean kill for him, and instead it's another 2 versus 2 retake.
I'll make that a 2v1 because Scales is quick on the swing onto YU. Crownfisher, the new addition, now has to do it all. Still a paranoia to work with, and already made his way through elbow. Splash holding another angle at the time, so maybe a chance there to isolate him if he has the awareness, which he has not. Just looking into the wrong direction. It is round for TYL, a bonus round even found for them, so maybe we see them recover here just a little bit.
We did hear from the coaching staff just in the interview after map 1. What was the problem? It did seem like the answer consistently was TYL just didn't look as warmed up, didn't look as comfortable. And they are slowly but surely getting fired up, and I think those comms really say that.
Yeah, 100% you see the energy coming online, and I've been witnessing that yesterday with Sufat just taking some time to warm up on the stage, and then he is on his feet for round after round, being loud, being proud when his team is doing good work, and that's exactly the leader that you want. Slowly now finding yet another opening to make his IGL happy. And with that map control, TYL is establishing there are opportunities, though the Outlaw has been dealt with. One less dangerous gun in the pool of TYL.
Slowly, may just need to hit the brakes. A beautiful first kill. No need, at least immediately, to take that fight. And well, JDG's mental very much was, if you're confident to take the fights, please do. Just let us know what you're doing. And that is exactly a statement now has been made by Berlin. Seekers online as well. A completely lower buy does mean the utility, the ults aren't really going to be as big a factor, but all 4 remaining players onto this B site. A flash is beautiful, but cannot get the kill off the zone. YU's been found out. Nice guiding light, but Sufat and Splash. A 2 versus 4 essentially. A spike plants as well.
Splash satcheling in there, being kind of full-flashed and still moving around to get as much information in as possible is such an important tech when you're playing an agent like Raze or like Jet, where you have that dive potential. And the information is giving TYL so much of a secure feeling in re-hitting that spot. We see that in the way Sufat is going for the fights. If you know exactly where your enemies are, you get that comfortable feeling of being at ease and going into your gunfights, and you can see that at that moment in the TYL's player.
I've always highlighted that I do think the minimap in this game in particular is a bit underrated for how ridiculously strong it is. For exactly entrants like that, the minute that any player is seen on anyone's vision, pops up, big icon on the minimap for all to see, and it makes that pre-firing, it makes that aiming so much easier. And of course, yeah, you know where they're standing, you know that they're up on towards battle. They can't really run away without having to drop down and potentially make the infight even harder for them. So why not swing? Why not take those fights? And TYL are starting to not only find those timings, but make them.
And I mean, the biggest issue for JDG in that moment was how little control they had. Yes, a player towards Rafters, but if he's isolated, how much can your players on side do effectively? 3 players on like 3 square meters, that's not a lot to work with. And so TYL find another round, 4 in a row since we swapped the sides, and that is certainly a statement made from those TYL players. Bladestorm still online, but we see JDG going for another strat in this one. Having the operator online in the hands of Jay could be a factor that TYL first of all have to make their minds up about. Do they expect the operator? Do they expect it to be in that position? It is not that much of a common angle that Jay is playing, but TYL is just avoiding that, going towards the other side of the map.
That is a very solid kind of statement in TYL right now, is just avoiding a lot of that. Beautiful dodge on the guiding light, slowly, and Splash is now taking a lot of space, even more in fact with that heaven kill, but Berlin is being a bit of a cockroach, has to have quite a bit of commitment to finally being thrown off of that angle. The spike about to get planted down now. So far probably the most comfortable hold that TYL have had until you swing in front of YU. The player, the man, the myth that has done so much for this JDG squad. Scales doesn't have the backup and the support anymore. Doesn't even get the kill on the Jeu. He knows Sufat is behind him. That is heads up play. If I can't get the kill, Sufat, take it away.
That's lovely work. I saw that round falling apart in the minute that slowly is swinging towards CT, even though he has the information that at least one player, if not 2, are positioned towards that area. But then the hold in the backside and elbow is so lovely. The paranoia is only blocking your vision off so much, and Scales is being so aware of the duels that he can take in that moment and where he's gonna find the most impact. That's lovely.
That's stunning, and it's also stunning to hear the laughter. I don't think I've heard so much right now post-round giggles from both sides, including that incredibly evil laugh that we heard earlier. I want to say that was from Jay Kuro, but that's an evil shot. And Jeu now trying to make his mark like he was on the chamber, gets the first blood.
Blood found, Showstopper finding a target, so numbers are even again. The spike still positioned further off, and right now ERV is collecting that to go towards Scales, who has a fairly big amount of space towards the B side, already going towards CT.
So much space, and he's going to go against the Sheriff, which is not going to be a tall order. And now all of a sudden, JDG have to just clutch up with this bit of a weaker buy. The Bucky, the most nerfed gun that this game has, I believe, behind the Judge. Well, what's in common is both of them are shotguns. So the first shot not going to find its mark, and Crownfisher having to realize, getting ground down. All the bullets in the world, all the lead down. And look at the heads-up play. Look at Berlin attempting to flank. Splash is staring him down. He has a feeling. And TYL, we said that this was a mirror of Lotus. I wasn't expecting 13-6 on the other side.
you just mentioned this is gonna end 13-6. Really? Are we trying to jinx it so hard today?
Well,
it is still a round that TYL has to win. One round to go, and JDG, they do have the opportunities to work against that, especially with the ultimates online. I mean, look at that. The convergent path and the overdrive. I see a chaotic round coming up. The explosiveness on this one could be insane.
Well, we're already going to explode down convergent paths on the market, but it doesn't hit anything really. It hits ERV, but ERV is just more than happy to sit back all the way in space. And Zhou, yes, has a decent bit of map control, but if you look, the Boombot now kind of keeps him stranded here. He's now kind of trapped in the most awkward angle, and that would create some worries for JDG, because they're not fully committing on towards this angle, this information here. Splash can just lurk on the sewers. TYL, it's all this heaven control on the A site. It's all of this ramp control. YU, he has done so many beautiful things. The toxic screen allows him to cross through onto heaven. Knife out, jump peek for the double spot. But still right now, a very patient game from TYL. JDG trying to make their presence felt, trying to make their presence known. J-Kuro, the first on the board, the deepest player for JDG right now.
JDG sending reinforcements over to that A site where TYL and the Spike are now taking space towards V. Trailblazer is gonna confirm that, but JDG at this time in the round, they don't know what to do anymore. They don't know what to expect, but when we look at TYL's positioning, they are not too sure what to do either.
You hit the nail on the head, because I was about to say, if we don't know what we're doing, how can they? And that's kind of what TYL feel like right now. If we don't know what we're doing, how can they? And now what they're doing is rushing through vents off the back of a lost player to try and get onto the site. 13 seconds and counting. Berlin to shut down ERV. The Spike cannot be recovered right now. 7 seconds. It's going to just be on time. 4 seconds on the red time. The Spike is going to get planted, and 3 versus 3. It keeps staying equal here, Alina. The Seekers to try and cover space. Sure, 1 for 1 on from J-Kuro. That ult has now been dealt with, and Scales has to do it all. And Crown Fisher, the one to take it off of his scalp, and at the very least, it will not be a reflection on Lewis.
I mean, I've been witnessing some TYL overcooking yesterday, one round especially, where they had like all of the side control and they were like, oh, there are people towards heaven, maybe we can just go towards CT and get a flank onto heaven, and then time was an issue and it all got so uncomfortable. And I was sitting here thinking like, why are you not doing this the easy way? You have a side, go for the plant, boys. Just play it simple, don't overcook it. And this round again, we see them having so much space. A main control, B main control, mid space, everything they want, and then this kind of indecisiveness kicks in, where they are so overwhelmed with their opportunities, basically.
I do think target-rich environment for like all the ideas that were possible, rather than just players on your screen. And I think TYL, they did kind of overcook. They just burnt themselves out a little bit, and they weren't really sure what they wanted off of this. The Trailblazers should get the spot onto Berlin. The stun's beautiful. The shorty damage on from Splash as well. A push out onto the site just to get the information. The refract is used, but this lurk on towards vents. YU did this damage previously. It's now up to slowly. Viper's Pit falls and covers so much of this space. Spike gets planted just to the left of default, and it's up to slowly to stay alive, to just create this pressure, but he can't do it. Splash, meanwhile, though, is certainly going to make that pressure. Everyone from TYL will follow it up, and YU, a 1 versus 4, Viper's Pit to follow up, has his own to maybe try and force the presence a little bit, but he's deciding not to do it. 6 bullets and counting, 3 players against him, but surely with an upper angle like this, the Spike taking down signifies the beginning of the end. The 0.1 percentage, if you ever believed in YU, I guess now is the time, but it will not be the case, and TYL fire back.
Oh, 1 and 1 on the board now. This BO5 has just become a best of 3 for those two teams. Still some maps to go to decide who is gonna win this stage. I mean, both of the teams are already qualified for champions. Both of the teams are already certain they are going to represent this region in the international event. But still, you want to win this out. You want to be the champ of your region, and the fight has just gotten on. I've been loving the Viper utility we've been seeing in this map, not only the Viper's Pit from JDG towards the B side, but already also this one in the last round from TYL. The awareness of how you have to play when you place your Viper's Pit a certain way has been so important in these rounds, and the awareness is certainly there. I've been seeing some Viper's Pits being invested quite carelessly just because you have it available, and then you're like, oh, we are on site, we're just gonna put it somewhere, but then you have to know how to play around it, and that awareness has been there for JDG and also for TYL.
Carelessness with ultimates is unfortunate. I feel bad because I feel like I kind of brought this into fruition a bit, where I was watching quite a lot from regions where I was seeing the ultimates. We've seen it even last map, you know, the showstopper came online so early on, you know, on that round 2 going into round 3, and I was like, okay, surely that's a moment you can just commit that, because you know you've got so much more time and you know how important this round is. But at the same time, that carelessness now is starting to actually show that little bit more, where people are going, I can get another one back, it's fine. But if it doesn't get you that much value, you have to toe that line.
Definitely always something to keep in mind when you are playing this game. Right now, TYL, they have the upper hand, especially after swapping sides, and we've been talking about numbers, we've been talking about the statistics, and JDG maybe struggling in the defense just a tiny bit more, but in the end, I don't think it was JDG's defense bad, it was TYL being so overwhelming in their executes, and maybe we have some of this overwhelmingness in the comms.
右半边没在死角，
可能在脚底，小心。
对吗？
不知道去哪了。
没逼二楼，绕二楼了，绕二楼了。啊 ，CD， 我对 CD 嘞，喂，我对嘞，哎，我没有嘞，拆包就好了。来，别动嘞，来加针我掉，3、2了，好了，下面10点，坐着，下车了，来3、2了，来，还有一个，别动，他摆了，包就行了，小队我下车了，3、2拿。
放你家小队，
是第一个输了，对，拿出来了，50，八点50，不用管，小白不用管，你进 CT 然后去2楼，不用管。那我去吧，我躲着了 ，OK， 躲着吧。26，我打50，一滴血，来，漂亮 ，Let's go， 翻他 ，Come back guys， 那我站前面，拍链子上，上个 CT 小者，来，对下了，站着 ，nice， 我根本不管他，我相信你能接得住，张飞，好爆点，兄弟们，你们报3个 CT 的时候我就出发了，兄弟，出发 ，Let's go，
Splash。
With that, Splash is the MVP of this map, but I feel like on the end of TYL, every player could step up to the plate when it mattered. Splash being just the one who managed to come out on top in the end. His utility was so important to get TYL back into the retakes if necessary, but also his opening frags, especially in the pistol round. We've seen his awareness. That has just been a key factor to their success.
Very heads-up play. That in particular there, when Splash checked elbow, I was like, okay, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to fully believe that the timing doesn't work out for him, but he absolutely did. Meanwhile, yeah, just the showstopper damage done. That redirect from the satchel, that's live. That's on reaction to go, oh, I'm going to go on the side. Oh, I need to go in the corner to clear that. And 17 and 12 from him. Sufa, without looking at the scores, I mean, I thought they were all doing well, but there is one kill in between all 5 of these players.
Yeah, that was kind of my gut feeling. This is where I've been saying, like, oh, everyone was close together, right? And that it's so close wasn't really my expectation, but I mean, I take it. The first frags kind of mirroring what's been going on, only 1 frag off from the scoreboard in the end. The openings just have been a big quality from those TYL players. Well, we are highlighting some stats from slowly as well. 4 multi-kills found and not too many rounds played, 4 opening frags and a pretty high efficiency for the fact that he's playing duelist. I feel like as a duelist the risk of dashing into a 4-lane area and just dying is always kind of high, so 70% on the Jet is a number to work with.
It's certainly a good foundation, and that's the aspect of, as your duelist, yes, okay, you don't need to get the frags if you get like the really good information, if you get the really comfortable space, but it's double-sided. At some point you're gonna have to be able to warm up, because eventually you're going to get dealt with if all you're doing is getting space, because at the end of the day, you can play this game as much as you want, you can do as much tactically speaking as you want. If you don't shoot your opponent in the head, you ain't gonna really get too much further. But as you said, Alina, we are now in a best of 3 scenario, and JDG's next map coming up is Breeze, and we will be going there just after this. Don't go anywhere.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
And moving on now to what may as well be the best of 3, as highlighted by yourself, Elena, just before the break. JDG now having it to go on to another one of their map picks. If you need a refresher on what that map pool looks exactly, well, look no further than at the bottom of your screen. And I am very excited to get into Bruce.
I think at this point, TYL is really feeling the double ban from JDG coming in, because if they had banned themselves, it would have been Breeze probably, especially with them playing this map the last time they faced each other. JDG had the upper hand. JDG in general is a lot better on that map, and for TYL, Breeze hasn't exactly been the best of friends to them.
No, certainly not. The gunfights as well. I mean, if you look at the match history, the 13-6 and then 13-7, JDG do just seem to be the ones to take the more comfortable gunfights in Breeze, and aside from Abyss, which will obviously be coming in for Champions, longest sightlines in the game, longest kind of initial one angle that you can take, because of course you got that all the way back onto the A site from Pyramid on main, and then you've got those really kind of cheeky pixel angles that you can play on B, which if Je rocks the chamber again, which I maybe have an expectation he does, we might see abuse of those.
I think JDG is just, in general, having the better time on the bigger maps. We've seen that on Lotus. We are maybe going to see that on Breeze again, while TYL is thriving on the smaller maps with the more narrow spaces to work in. I think TYL is getting somewhat impatient when they have to default a lot, and you just have to default a lot on a big map like Breeze, on a map like Lotus, where there are so many opportunities to work with. That's not exactly their favorite thing to do, so maybe that's the reason why they haven't been having the best of times on that map. The agent select coming up pretty soon. You already mentioned that there's possibly gonna be a chamber in there. Not exactly what they've been playing earlier, but I'm always looking forward to see Jay on the chamber. If I was to decide comps for JDG, I would put Jay on chamber on like at least every second map.
I see. That's and genuinely, because Joe was doing fine on the Neon, but it was getting shut down that little bit more, and because it is that bit more individuality without the kind of safety net that Neon once had, right? Neon used to be able to do whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, at any time, at any point on the map. This time now, she has to be that bit more dedicated. She has to get that bit more support. Despite the relay ball, I would say probably one of the strongest pieces of utility in the game, full stop. It's just such a powerful kit. But a highlight as well, I think very much just covered the fact that JDG live longer than TYL. They just live. They don't need to take the fights as much as possible. They're good at dragging out the timer, and that impatience from TYL is possibly going to shoot them in the back. And I don't want to say probably, but I have a feeling.
I love this approach so much, because when you hear FPS game, you think, oh, I have to kill as many enemies as possible. But most of the time, surviving is so much more important than getting the frag in. Of course, you cannot win when you're not fragging at all, but in so many situations, staying alive is so crucial to get that round on the scoreboard. Talking about the whole Neon situation, I feel like Jay has been playing Neon so much that it is hard to keep the numbers stable, and on Agents he's not been playing that much, being the Chamber, being the Phoenix. It's easier to have like pop-off maps and then your numbers look great, so staying on that Neon isn't terrible for him, not at all. I mean, we've been seeing how well he can work with the pace this Agent brings on Split, and for JDG it might have been a bit too big of a risk to change the comp to a map that has been working out for them so well. On the other end, for TYL, I've been saying this map hasn't been their biggest friend. They are still trying out things, and they keep on trying out things. Having the Viper Harbor coming in instead of the Viper Astra they've been playing earlier this stage. I feel like this is a nice idea, but you have to have such a deep understanding of how Harbor and Viper work in combination that sometimes maybe having one of these wall smokers and one classy dome smoker is gonna feel a lot more intuitive to your players.
Intuitive is the word, because it's very easy to overlap these things. Even at a professional level, it's very easy to just make that mistake, especially with Harbor, that a wall that's very much dedicated to having to get controlled like the Sky Flash. We see it not time and time again, but the best players in the world occasionally just throw their bird at a wall. and it gets stuck, and they don't get the flash that they would like. Or if you've got the tech from the previous map, you throw it at the floor, and it does an absolute masterclass of getting you through the garage site. And both of these teams, not 100% agent composition pick rate, right? So both of these teams are trying something slightly different, all things considered. And now we get to see double duelist, initiator, double controller versus double controller, double initiator, single duelist, and TYL are already stacked up in case JDG want to take the fight to them.
Well, I like seeing this double initiator coming back on some maps, especially such a classic combination as Sova and KO. It feels a bit vintage, and I love to see that. For TYL, this has been a slow start to the map, trying to get some information in. The elbow control is maybe going to be necessary if they plan a B hit later on. Spike is now going to be recovered, but still, it doesn't look like they're too convinced B is going to be the best option.
A lot of patience, and to be fair, to their credit, TYL already showing their willingness to respect the default. It is the pistol, so you typically have to respect the default a lot more. But that patience still coming through, and a split push on towards the A main. The recon drone is more of a distraction than anything else, as TYL now look to get on the board. And look at the minimap, look at where the Viper walls and the Harbor walls are. Everything being cut through, and it is TYL to actually break the attack down, or to get the attack down and break the defense. 3 on 4, and still all this mid presence from Slowly.
Yeah, the mid presence might be the deal breaker here. JDG, they are retaking this all through the backside. So much utility in their faces. Look at that Harbor, you two.
Yeah, and the Cove as well comes through, being completely devastated though. ERV not distracted by JKuro's Tailwind, and will comfortably take down Je as well. And Crown Fisher, a man I heralded so much, who has been instrumental to JDG, cannot find anything just yet, but there is still time. There is still more than enough for him to work through and do some serious magic.
A bunch of teams enjoy working with as many walls as they can on Breeze. We are seeing the Viper, we're seeing the Harbor, we're seeing the Neon. Sometimes we get the Phoenix or even an ISO in to have even more walls coming up. And in this retake situation, you can really see how chaotic they can get. With the one Harbor wall, another Viper wall, then the second Harbor is throwing his wall, and then you're getting through wall after wall and not getting anywhere really. Every wall can have a crossfire behind it, maybe some piece of utility lying there. You don't know what is going on, and it's going to be such hard work to play with that kind of utility. We already mentioned TYL seeming a bit more patient in comparison to what we are used to from them on Breeze. Basically playing this from their own spawn, which is risky business because we see people like JKuro walking up, taking some space, getting that information in.
Also seen it get to red time because of this patience, because of that Spike suddenly just needing to get stuck down. And a very big highlight on the walls, which we'll probably see going into round 3 and onwards, is that Neon has 2 of them in the fast lane. So she gets to put up even more utility and even more of a distraction. Doesn't really look like it's going to be fact of the matter here. Slowly doesn't even buy up, but still making damage work with the Sheriff. He wants on for a little bit more. Steals the one to plant. The null command being the most effective ultimate. Nice kill from Je on the Bandit, but it's all that's going to be found in JKuro's positioning already known. Cove reinforced. So he can't get shot through it himself, but it means he can't shoot anyone else. And with this dash through, not even going to be, as ERV takes them down cleanly.
Another time where TYL is getting the follow-up round after the pistol, but it is hard work. It is a multi-kill again for their Viper. It is a lot of chaos going on. The recon was nice, but with all the walls and the pyramids and the Cove being reinforced, you can't really get the frags as easy as you might want. I've been having thoughts about Slowly on the Viper because I somehow like it. But sometimes I feel like TYL is lacking the decisiveness in the execute when they have Slowly on something else than the Duelist.
A little, the confidence and maybe even discipline, because Slowly does seem to be the best one to hold out the angles, and well, Sufat not going to be the one. Beautiful drop, beautiful from Splash, double kill, and the recon dart shut down as well. but the site isn't really fully under control. It's not comfortably in a space that you would like. And Berlin, being as close as he is with the oil drone, gets the information on one. Shock dart strats potentially bouncing off to do the damage. It's a quick redirect and a reposition from ERV, knowing that that's coming down and not getting caught by it. And a 4 versus 3 here with the guns, really, for TYL. We've seen these pushes from JDG. We've seen what YU can do. We've seen what Berlin and Zhe. Everyone's about to push in through. The timing on this smoke is going to be everything. And it's exactly what it is. A flawless from them, all things considered, after the first member falls.
I was so ready to complain about why JDG is taking so much time and that it is hard to fight against these cycling walls. We see the Harbor wall dropping, the Viper wall coming back up, and JDG is just not moving. They have backside control, and then they stay like that for like 15 seconds, not doing anything, but the timing on the decision to go back in is lovely. It feels like TYL has been caught off guard completely by the sudden flood coming in from the backside.
And I think that is because Slowly's not there getting the additional space. Slowly's not there making sure that TYL don't get pincered, and JDG will punish that every single time.
Time around, another attempt on a default, pretty mid-centric from TYL. The spike in the hands of Scales, and he's on a solo mission towards A. If he's dying, that's an issue, so we see ERV shifting over there to help his teammate out, but he's the one falling, trying to be the reinforcement, and he's taken his hat off. That's not the best start to the round for TYL.
No, it is not. And all of a sudden, the aggressiveness that we've maybe once seen from them is coming through. That's just a nice clean shot through the smoke. Can't really do much about that if you are Splash. But more importantly, it means you can do even less if you're Scales, having to get pushed back. Some presence is being taken, you know, towards Sufat. Elbow basically fully under his control. But from YU, everything is reliant on this. There should not be a way that Scales flashes out of this, let alone is prepared. He is prepared, does not flash out. I think that is the difference maker. Had the use of utility came through, we might have seen a different scoreline.
And Sufat being the last alive, the relay ball coming in, not really hitting him. Jay a bit too confident that that should be an easy frag for him, and all of a sudden, this is somewhat doable, but 12 seconds on the timer. Gonna put a lot of pressure onto Sufat, who has been noted now. Time, his biggest enemy at the moment. He's not gonna get the plant in time. Neither is he gonna get the kills in time. YU dealing with that last player alive, and so JDG find another round. I mean, the mid default is something that feels like it is a nice idea because you're cutting off the rotations for the defensive side a lot when you have mid control. But I feel like TYL still needs to have at least one main line really under control. May that be B main, may that be A main, I don't care. But having so many players in mid is not going to work out in the long run.
Especially because JDG are going to push off of it. And right now TYL are struggling with their timings to be stacked in the correct place, to make the correct aggressive push. Speaking of a correct aggressive push, Pope's reinforced, the fight's already being taken for Lin though. The head goes completely off of Splash. And while the Bladestorm is not invested, it does actually work out for TYL in the end, but they're still in this similar position where they get onto the site, but they don't have much in the way of control over it. So the spike goes down, but the shock dart, not going to find its mark necessarily. But again, JDG, they have all the time in the world just to wait for their members to come through and this retake to go their way.
I mean, they managed to win a retake with a lot less under their belts. Now their enemies only have pistols, except for Slowly, but he's been dealt with. Jay with the overdrive fighting forward. Spike already being tapped. The shock dart kill from Sufat, and then a nice positioning from Scales. Not really hitting the shots. His presence not enough to win out this round. Crownfisher finding him in the end. A nice wraparound from Scales, but if you cannot hit your shots, it's not worth anything. A nice attempt, certainly, but in the end, JDG is winning yet another retake.
And if I am calling a timeout here from TYL, it is to point out that you're getting paid. a little bit. You're getting baited into thinking that you've got the site, that you've got the spike down, and you're putting yourself in a worse position.
One enemy remaining.
Speaking of a bad position, yes, okay. They planted it for Sufat, but the flank from YU is so clean. That's a great position.
And all this planting and falling back towards the main area hasn't been working out that well. There is just a lack of space take from TYL. There is a lack of backside control. There is a lack of lurk even in the later rounds. Now an early Hunter's Fury for Berlin to try to get some control, but no tags to be found. So it is just to maybe make TYL scared of what's waiting for them at the B side. They are shifting over towards A. Some spam shots from Crown Fisher, but he's being tagged by the drone, so he has to back away.
Because this is the issue. Splash, yes, gets the recon dart. This is currently the same problem we've seen time and time again. Is this initial space being taken? That's more what I want to see from Splash. This aggression and this duo, this join up from Skills onto the mid. Now the position's getting value, and it is because Splash is pushing that little bit further, making the position forced and making life that bit more awkward for JDG.
Yeah, maybe the timeout wasn't necessary. They could hear us thinking what they're doing wrong. The backside control was better. The timing on the lure coming in was lovely to group at double doors after that initial opening frag from Splash onto YU. And you see them not stopping. ERV even going for that fight into the backside because you know JDG has been winning their retakes because they have all the time to get ready. They are set in position, and we now have to interrupt those exact positions.
And what better to interrupt positions when your opponent's on a low buy and you have 5 ultimates? I want at least one of these, maybe even 2 to be used, but we were talking about it earlier. Will it be used for the sake, or will it still find value? That's the difference between essentially a team that can get to champions and a team that may win champions.
I think it would have been so interesting to have J. Kuro go for an orb and then have that rifle handed over to someone else to reinforce your team a little bit. In this way, Splash is finding an opening frag, and he doesn't really look like he's stopping, jiggling around a little bit, seeing if someone's coming in from Pyramid, and slowly has all the information he needs. Spots 2 players, and both have been taking their head off. Berlin, the last player standing, and just with a Marshall in a 1v5, I don't know how realistic this round is going to be.
Sufat can pull out the Hunter's Fury as well. If somehow, in a world where 20 seconds pass and everyone is dead bar Berlin, he still has to get the defuse, he still has to do the damage, and in fact, he's still just going to get hunted down. Gets the headshot on the Skills, but still stolen away by the door, and TYL take the 4th. 2 ultimates committed against the Thrifty from JDG, but they get the round.
And the ultimates are still pretty even, if I remember correctly. So JDG has some coming up. One of those being the Blade Storm. That's not really the biggest of impact ultimates, but rather one that is stabilizing your economy if you need to. And stabilizing economy is a call for JDG somehow because they are buying to their limits yet again. Having the operator online, having a harbor ult to invest for a retake potentially, but still for TYL, having that pit online as well, and especially the Hunter's Fury is going to give them such a secure post plan.
If they can get that far, but Skills and Splash being taken down, it's a fake, but nothing's being done off the back of it. There's still Sufat all the way in the attacker side spawn. 2 players have pushed out of elbow, but Crown Fisher gets the timing, gets the read. And that was a complete question mark from TYL. And JDG, well, they answer back with an exclamation mark of their own. And unless Sufat BB can at least steal the kill from Berlin, avoids the flawless, but that should really be all that he does. Unless JDG really want to force the agenda, tap onto the orb despite the ult being ready. And Je will punish Sufat for trying something so cheeky.
What an absurd entry into this round. I mean, you've been calling it a fake, and I see the vision, but sending 2 players into a site, expecting them to go nuclear and sell a fake while you're not taking any space towards A. I mean, the minute Scales and Splash are down, the rest of TYL hasn't even reached A main or mid doors. No effective gain from such a big sacrifice made on that B side.
I had to say it because that was the closest thing I could think of to a play. Is right.
That
Okay,
must have been a fake.
It must have been one of the weirdest and least coordinated fakes I've ever seen, but that has to have been what the thought process was. And well, okay, that didn't work. Now we're just back to the A site, and Splash certainly is. Dashes through Reckoning, but Berlin doesn't care. Happy to take a double up. Slowly answers back. The Hunter's Fury being committed as well to make sure that the spike default is clear. And slowly, a very aggressive Viper's Pit. It's not to cover the spike, and Sufat BB, I got caught by this flank once before. You will not do it again, even ready for the second. The shot's a little bit labored. Meanwhile, JKuro, he actually steals away ERV, pops out the Bladestorm, but swings at the same time. Punished accordingly. Meanwhile, Slowly's relay bolt means nothing. The stun comes from his shooting, not the Neon's hand.
This is just map number 3. We are gonna have Summit coming up next, 100%. Nothing can change that. Neither team can win this and we're done. We are 100% going to a map number 4, and we are already seeing the lack of concentration, the lack of focus. JKuro pulling his knives out in the middle of a peak is something that should not happen, and that is usually not happening to those players.
First time I've seen it, and I am not surprised. I was about to say, I think Beal will see that and go, time must come out, and that's exactly what he is going to do. And very quick highlight between these two. TYL have been so conservative about their timeouts, and JDG, we seen on Lotus, they won a round and Beal was still like, not good enough.
I mean, JDG is really throwing those timeouts out as if they have an infinite amount of them, it feels like. If they spot a mistake, they want to talk about it. And it does make sense in a situation like this, in a grand final, where you want to finish on the first place in your region, but still, it always gives TYL some time to talk about their next plans as well. And you always have to consider, is my timeout going to be as impactful as I think? Is it going to make such a difference, or am I just giving my enemies time to discuss?
JDG, the way Beal is looking at this, right? It's not my timeouts, our timeouts. If we can use our timeouts and then still make the opponent worry, they have to burn their timeout. And then we get a chance to talk back and reconvene. So JDG treating it very much as long as they can burn these timeouts on the belief that they'll put TYL on the back foot. TYL then calls the timeout, and they've got the time then back with the coach.
I like this approach from TYL. Look at the position of Slowly, already deep in elbow while his team is executing towards that A side. Scale's not part of that crew any longer. It's getting chaotic. Splash just dashing into that on his own. The rest of the team still stuck in main. We see the TYL players being a bit disconnected, and now Slowly has to get some work in trying to cut off the rotations, and Crownfisher might be the first enemy in his crosshair. 1 player found, but 4 more waiting for TYL.
Scales and Splash again. It's the same fake, in air quotes, you can't see it, but fake that they did on that B site that didn't work out for them, and TYL, they tried it again. They have at least now got a pretty comfortable spot on the A site. If you look at the mini-map, Slowly's got all of this angle in the back of Orange, and then the rest of the team coming out of main. But it's never been the problem of getting onto the A site and getting the spike planted. It's about preventing JDG from fighting you back, and with Slowly falling, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, I think we're just going to repeat history.
Yeah, this is not going to be the most comfortable post plan for TYL. The plan's coming in, yes, but 4 players still on the other side. So much space they have. Berlin even with a fast lurk. It doesn't look like ERV is going to be aware, and the swing coming in. It looks easy from JDG at this point. I think a big issue for TYL in this round is that Slowly has some space, but they are lacking all of the information what's going on the side. We see the duo in A main throwing a dart to re-clear A main. They have no idea side is clear. They have nothing to work with effectively, and all of that is taking so much time that Slowly is being dealt with. They have no chance finding footing in that round.
None whatsoever, despite... And the big battle, there's a lot of kind of dichotomies of Valorant, the pistol rounds, the post-plant, the site retake and such. One of the biggest ones for me is site presence versus map presence. And right there, Slowly gets all the map presence in the world, but they don't know anything about site. He gets dealt with, and then 20 seconds on the clock. It's not enough. TYL aren't emphasizing the map control that they have, and it means they're not really having much luck with the site control when JDG's retake comes through.
And to be honest, at this point, I don't know if TYL is defaulting or if they are scared, because how much space has JDG taken this far? They have hardly pushed one of the extremities of the map, but every round TYL is getting ready for that to happen.
Every single round, it looks like. Now, this is a very solid recon. Oh, okay, I was about to say, the recon dart, I guess, the lineup doesn't quite work out, and suddenly what TYL was hoping to be a comfortable attack off the back of the util, it's just going to have to be an attack off of this double door angle, but it's such a choke point. And it's not an entire massacre. It's 1-for-1 on each side, and Berlin's position has been found. He's stuck now, but Slowly moves on to Orange to try and deal with YU, who deals with him and Sufat like it's nothing. And speaking of site control, that's exactly what Berlin has.
ERV just 16 HP to work with, spotting one player, can't find the headshot and finds himself on the ground. TYL in these rounds, I mean, the recovery attempt is there. The triple swing from double doors is a nice idea to get back into the round, but the damage already so huge with the shock dart from Berlin that they hardly stand a chance against what JDG has waiting for them on the side. YU with a nice double kill again. Ultimates in play for JDG in this last round. It looks dire on the side of TYL.
It really, really is looking tough for them. Again, it was their kind of attacking side. Looked very strong on Split. Didn't look as fantastic on towards Lotus. Yet again, Slowly going for this position, going for all of the space control. But it's 20 seconds, one player's up and towards elbow. TYL still haven't really walked out of their spawn. They're about to, and I have to agree with you, Alina. I don't think it's really defaulting anymore. I think it's fear. And JDG, they will capitalize on that.
They are now shifting towards the Viper's Pit, which seems a bit odd since they don't have any bigger utility to work with against that. The Reckoning catching YU, but he's staying in position. A nice drop attempt from Splash, but it's being watched. Jakuro finds a double kill, nothing to do here. Triple found, even 4 bullets in the gun, and he's hunting for more. He hurts another player there. Scales, the one who fall victim next. 4K for Jakuro. I don't even know what to say anymore. It is hats against the walls from TYL in this situation. One Reckoning thrown into a Viper's Pit to get side control. Not on JDG's watch.
And that, Jakuro, Splash just not... That is not what we were seeing on the previous map. That's not what we were seeing in Split. We were seeing dashes in and 180s, making sure there's nothing behind, even in just like the tiniest corner. All of that clearance back on Split was so decisive and was so specific. And Breeze just looks a lot more generalized. It looks a lot more kind of, well, this should hopefully work. And the key word, unfortunately, for TYL's game plan seems to be hopeful.
Yeah, hopefully maybe not the best game plan to have in a grand final. Oh, hopefully this is working out. Hopefully this time around our enemies have other plans and make it a bit easier for us. I feel like in most of these rounds that TYL played attack, they were really waiting for something to come towards them, but nothing ever came, and then they're rushing towards the side, not really clearing all of the important angles. Every post plan felt uncomfortable, to be honest, and the fact that they still got 5 on the board doesn't really represent what I've been seeing on the server. If I'm honest, I think JDG should have gotten at least 8, maybe even 9 from the way they are playing.
There's definitely gaps in both, which you highlighted kind of right at the start again. You did say that neither team were playing crisp, clean from the performances. JDG were just getting better and better and better, improving every single map that they were playing, every single series they were playing. It seemed to be that bit more comfortable. TYL, they're still needing to kind of warm up. They're still needing to kind of show what they can do because there are gaps, there is confusion, and I don't think I've seen a more, I don't want to say fully lost Breeze attack, but definitely one that needed more guidance.
And one thing I want to mention here, they played Breeze in their last series. That's just a couple of days ago, it feels like, and JDG got 10 attacking rounds in that match. I think they are on their better side now, and they are a lot more proactive in trying to take early space, showing some presence towards elbow, but TYL had the same idea, having 2 players there as well, pushing JDG back from their initial plan.
Slowly showing why he does get onto that duelist angle sometimes, because he was the spearhead for the side of TYL on it towards the attacking side, and a proactive defense, which is what we love to see. Beautiful use of the knife, and it is going to give a bit more information. This composition does stop the kind of side push more than JDG's retake attempt heavy composition, and Skills with the bandit. A nice refrag coming through, but slowly, and Sufat to clean up the pistol. And map confidence already, as you said, Alina, looking much better on this half.
I mean, I've been talking about this phenomenon when teams are spotting a mistake in the way they're playing, and then they're hyper-focusing and fixing that and forgetting everything else on the way. Maybe TYL, after the last match on Breeze, were like, oh, we need to fix our defense 100%, and then they just forgot how to play attack? Is that an option?
We'll just swap halves early on. We'll just we've seen sometimes the amount of players in this series already go back to visit their old spawn and get a little bit nostalgic.
A nice early knife from Scales there, confirming 4 players early on. He doesn't know there's 5, but he could maybe guess with that explosive utility coming in right now.
He uses the frag to try and stop the push, should with the damage, and ERV with the Spectre. The Marshall shot's not working out for Splash, but he knows when to turn Tailwind and dash out. Yes, the pun was intended. And in fact, a near flawless for the side of TYL. Skills pays the price, but not before tipping for his team.
Why is it that every time TYL is winning the pistol round, in the follow-up round someone has to do a multi-kill with a Spectre? This is the 3rd time this is happening today, out of 4 potential rounds. I think this was the 4th pistol round for TYL. 3rd time this is happening. Maybe. Yes. I could be wrong. But why is that? Why is there always a Spectre multi-kill on those plays?
Because it wasn't who was it on Split? Because it was the hold down from the Viper on
that was Scales.
Yeah, Scales had done it on Split as well. Also on Viper, or well, also on one of the wall smokes, we guess we should say, because it was ERV to do the damage there, and it's very, very clean to see. But you can't rely on the Spectre doing all the damage all the time in the world. The proper guns are coming out.
Oh, just you wait. We see TYL going for 5 Spectre by some time.
Oh, one day.
Maybe. I've seen more terrible things than a 5 Spectre by, I feel like. JDG trying to repeat what they did in the last round, executing with 5 people towards that A side. Jikuru a lot more proactive in taking space, but again, ERV is an enemy there. Dealing with that. Now it's only 1 player left from TYL on that side, and I think Scales has to wait for reinforcements here.
Unless Shur just gives his position away. Could be a bait though, to believe that YU isn't on this double door angle, but he's going to give his life, well, position away, not life entirely. But still, this lack of orange control here. The timing from Scales is stunning. And now we're seeing a flashpoint that comes out on a absolute tear. The first flash from Skills, the first right click that he swings off of himself, he plays greedy, and he takes the reward.
I have a bunch of questions about attacking on Breeze after this, I feel like, because I have trouble understanding why you're going for a 5-man A main push on your full buy against a bonus round. That seems so risky, and we see that not really working out for JDG at all. And while I was criticizing TYL for not taking any control and playing so defaulty, so much out of their own spawn, for JDG, this has basically been, oh, we have 5 players, we all put them in the same area, and we press W.
The death ball. The ERV nearly shut down, by the way. That first kill when he got with the Spectre, I was like, no, we're not saying it. I was like, not after. We've just made the joke about how damaging the Spectre could be. Is does ERV get another multi-kill? He does not. And JDG, aside from Zhe's hero Vandal, they have nothing to work with.
The timing on the knife looked like it would be decent, but not spotting any player. J.Kuro already on his path towards the backside again, but all on his own. How much could he effectively do? Now, Berlin already taking the steps back, getting the spike, because B control is there slowly with the terrible timing to leave that side.
This is terrifying now, but the spike is only still on its way, and Scales gets the first one onto J.Kuro. The wall bangs as well now, gives slowly the information. Sidesteps the relay ball without much in the way of difficulty. Good amount of damage onto Berlin. The swing, the shots are laboured, but 1 HP in a dream. Still keeps slowly alive. Snake is gonna bite, and Berlin steps into the molly! What? Steps into the molly! He surely heard that! He surely!
And saw and all of the senses that you have on such little HP. I mean, he's just taking a walk into the poison. Why wouldn't you? I mean, yes, the position he was in was certainly one he wouldn't survive in for too long. But stepping into the snake bite is making his steps confirmed a lot earlier. He just didn't seem like he noticed that at all.
Maybe preparing to like look up, because you can dodge flashes a little bit if you kind of like flash, like kind of flick the aim up. So maybe just staring at the sky and not realizing there's Viper, but that's all I can think.
I've been talking about things getting messy, and we are just on map 3 of 5 potential ones, and this is confirming that observation. TYL definitely has the upper hand ever since. Up those sides. JDG in their attack, try something new, try out elbow control, the knife again in such a perfect timing.
Here we go, the flashpoint, but maybe to set up the team, but the Viper wall isn't down. The J.Kuro doesn't need it to go down before he takes down slowly. What a timing read, and that is professional in a nutcase, and Splash is gonna have to do something similar. A decent chunk of damage, a good amount of damage in fact. And then you're gonna pay for it with his life, but not before Zhe at 5 HP being scanned on the back of sight. The silhouette from Scales looking very confusing. That is because he has fallen down, and he will follow the opposition. Damage now from TYL should be enough. This is heartbreaking if they lose this. And Berlin, the one to make them lose it. Nice swing from Sufat to stop the spike being planted. Bit of a spray onto the fast lane to try and get the angle. Zhe's gonna just get the spike, and I believe gonna stick it. Dodges the shock dart, slides past Sufat. The jump scare that is the horror game of Valorant, as Zhe has enough time to full rotate towards the A site. Spike will go down. Overdrive online. And while only 5 HP, this is possible.
This is possible, 100%. Such a big risk for JDG to not cover the plant, even though Zhe is on such low HP. But there is a recon dart available for Sufat. If he has the right idea about Zhe's positioning, there would be a follow-up shock dart, and he's dealt with. But in that scenario, all of the silver utility is doing the work. Right now, Sufat has no idea where Zhe is, and time is running low. Time is gonna be an issue. The shock dart, not towards the right position. Now the recon dart coming in, confirming that there is a player nearby, but Zhe is hitting the shot anyway! 5 HP, so much work done from Splash. Nearly a quadra found. The last 5 HP on Zhe were enough to get them across the finish line.
TYL, I think their brain is too big for their own head. I think they're complicating this too much. I think they're overthinking every belief they could have. And Splash, 5 HP. He just needed that shorty shot to go down. And Zhe doesn't even burn the overdrive.
Oh, that is a crazy round for JD. Come back into the map, and we see TYL looking for answers, getting exciting, trying to take some space. It is just a trade. Sufat down, not the best condition for TYL in a retake. So much utility missing. Splash going for another angle at the upshot, not quite hitting.
Oh, and it's a Sova for Sova, which at the very least, if you're looking at it from a TYL perspective, you don't have to worry about the Hunter's Fury, but you still have to worry about so much. You still have to worry about a lot more. Now, the site control that was such a pain for TYL, getting on the site but struggling with the retake. JDG not wanting to have that same problem. Fragment comes through, no damage to be done. Reckoning is going to fall. JDG, again, the masterclass in just staying alive, not taking these fights until they absolutely need to. They're just all in the back of sight. They're just all ready and waiting. And ERV with the tap, sure you find one, but you cannot find them all before JDG find you.
Yeah, the staying alive has been working out, especially when you have Crownfisher collecting a double kill while everyone else is trying to stay alive. It has... I mean, there was potential for TYL to get dangerous in this retake, especially with the Harbor utility still being available, a tap on the spike, and for JDG it's always a bit of an issue to figure out if they're defusing or not. But with the manpower being as little as it was, JDG could take the risk, go for the swing, because there was a follow-up layer to every fight they had prepared. Now an attack operator online for JD, which is interesting, because it loses a bit of the neon flexibility, but then again, it is very dangerous to control mid, so TYL on that rotation, not as secure as they were before.
Oh, definitely not, and Flash attempting the cheeky angle on towards A-main, but whenever the oil drone gets dealt with that decisively, that's information in and of itself. If the oil drone dies the minute it swings main, as a team that have lost the oil drone, you're still going, well, there has to be a reason TYL needed to kill it that fast. There has to be a reason that it was shut down that quick, and a quick reposition from Splash will keep him alive, and JDG still just playing the time.
Every information you're not getting with your you should make the question bigger of what did we miss? Who is tucked where? What is the thing we have to worry about? And right now it is Sufat. Oh, he is so patient in this, maybe overplaying it, going for the frag to make sure he's not making any mistakes, slowly finding one himself, being dealt with by J-Kuro, but the numbers advantage huge, and Scales in the corner. Oh, still in that dangerous corner.
But J-Kuro here is going to find him. Should be a double swing unless, no, J-Kuro's too worried about the positioning. And a nice little wide swing from Scales, and suddenly JDG are struggling in the same way that their opposition were. Crownfisher does have the spike, but a 1v3 in red time. Something short of a miracle here. And, well, TYL will be the first to double up the digits. Splash the one to make it happen, and the one to cause that literal splash as Crownfisher's body hits the floor.
Oh, Sufat in that position, so far pushed forward, and he's just like, oh, hello, where did you come from? I mean, the space gain from TYL has been super effective in those early rounds, and the fact that they get someone into that position so early on is a huge signal for JDG. Our map control is lacking a bunch. We have no idea where our enemies are, and that is a big issue.
And respect to Sufat for just doing that again, because he obviously pushed B-main in the previous round, he got the kill and then refrag, and then he was like, I'm just going to do it again. Just gonna do the exact same thing, no hesitation. And he gets that presence and that control. So at JDG, they're managing to shut down TYL, but TYL, credit to them, well, if at first you don't succeed, you might have to die a few times, but if you try again as well, you might also make it work. With the double digits on the board, Coach Bale, the final timeout that JDG have, and at this point, if TYL don't call a timeout, essentially next round, they shouldn't call a timeout, I think, for the rest of this map.
Yeah, 100%. And you mentioned that earlier on, you can get the record for setting 12 rounds on the board. If you cannot get the 13th on the board, nothing really matters. And for JDG, at this point, this is getting uncomfortable. TYL is in the driver's seat, and we see this learning experience of, I did something once, it worked, maybe I do it again, and I can find impact again. Even if that looks a little different, Sufat definitely had the right idea then. We see him taking space again this time around in mid though, while JDG is trying to go for a push towards double doors, but the utility is stopping them so effectively.
Fantastic use of that utility, and JDG essentially having to rely on J-Kuro to open up this map for them. The highlight, obviously, already the Blade Storm is less impactful and more of a way to steal the economy back. But a player like J Kuro, especially with the performance he's currently on, well, he can do both, doesn't just have to choose. Already, this map control, this mid control, it looks good for TYL, but it's an extra special lurk from YU. And this Sheriff is going to have to echo out absolutely beautifully. The first shot comes through. The defense on the Sufat. He's going to have to jump. He's cancelled. And somehow Crownfisher doesn't get the kill. And slowly out lurks YU on the B side. Berlin with his back turned. And TYL for the 11th.
I'm in tears. Sufat is not supposed to stay alive in that situation. He has a teammate by his side who is dying, and Sufat is going like, oh, I'm still in my Hunter's Fury. I'm gonna get another shot out. Well, I'm being pushed. Oh, this is dangerous. I'm gonna do a tiny wiggle dance, and I'm gonna survive and get the kill anyway. This is crazy. This is madness.
This is absurd. And it's created a hole in my throat. We've got 2 more maps of this potentially still, Alina. I can't be going down this early. But with the way that the teams are playing, certainly feels that to be the case now. JDG, their last timeout didn't work out for them. But their worlds committed, TYL, the Viper's Pit, and the Hunter's Fury on JDG's low buy. So definitely not out of the woods just yet. JDG with a big stack on towards Elbow.
Yeah, the stack might be spotted by the drone. Someone's shooting that, and we're just spotting one player. Not even information on who they're found with that owl drone, but the shots are hitting, so maybe the information didn't matter anyway.
Maybe not. The splash is not getting pushed out from Elbow here. It is a bit of a distraction, but Sufat has to now do it all, and he just can't track Zhe. That's just going to be a tall order, in fact, either way. And Berlin, well, surely you've flanked us before. A comfortable one-tap on the ERV. A statement to be made. And a flawless, almost certainly, for JDG here. Skills position, not sure entirely known off the back of that flank being dealt with. It is not, very clearly. But how many more of those fights can you win? The answer is 0.
Yeah, 0, the answer to that question. I mean, the opening was certainly crazy to be found. What a shot from YU. So aware of that swing happening, and then we find the impact with the overdrive. Something you can expect on a Neon as talented as Jay. And now you have the timeout coming in. You were talking about this. This is the last potential chance for them to take it. If they don't take it now, you rather don't do it at all, because we are heading closer towards the end of Breeze. 10 and 11 on the board. TYL effectively needing 2 more rounds to get this over the finish line. And I mean, if they can make up a plan that is helping them to get those 2 rounds without going to OT, this is going to be a lovely timeout. But if they cannot manage dodging overtime with the plans they're making right now, this could be very funny towards the end with the things we've been witnessing. J Kuro pulling his knives out in the middle of a peak. Sufat just ulting while he's being pushed. Things are happening. Things are going down south. And I hope, doesn't matter who wins Breeze, that before we head to Summit, both of the teams are taking some time to relax and to set their minds back straight. Because those mistakes just cannot happen and should not happen in a grand final.
They're only going to have more of a likelihood happening as the teams get more tired, as these rounds go out. So exactly as you say, Alina, if TYL, even if they win this map, it kind of needs to be in this 2 rounds. They can't afford to be playing more and more rounds. They can't afford to just be burning themselves out higher and higher. And ERV getting pushed out of double doors, but it's because of Splash's Blade Storm play. Gonna dive over YU, and Skills uses the info from the minimap to get the follow-up kill. Timing for Splash is good yet again. Meanwhile, Sufat able to get the kill onto Crownfisher on the way towards Elbow. A completely shut down execute, but from JDG by TYL. That is a confident way to start the round. I'm not going to say that it's done yet.
I mean, that is exactly what you want to happen on the back of your timeout as a coach. You see those players going into the fights, winning every single one of them. The confidence on Splash's peak there is amazing. And TYL, they have most things under control, especially with this flank coming in. Scales and Sufad have the enemies there on a gold plate for them. It's just one left alive. And J.Kuro, oh, he has so many angles to work with. The door now opening behind him. What? Why is J.Kuro getting a triple there? Huh?
I'm sorry, ladies. I think I've deafened everyone. I could not hold that in. What was that? What was that? When I said that this player could steal kills away with the Blade Storm, I mean, we look at Splash doing it. This is a nice track through the Viper's Pit just as it opens up. But let's just look at this again. That's blink and you'll miss it. 3 players fall, and TYL managed to get themselves at least guaranteed overtime. But J.Kuro doesn't want to let that go. Right back into it. We're already just pushing the cove through. Just up into the fragment. Splash gets the kill down mid. The null command is here. It's going to be exactly what was needed for TYL. It's going to shut down the execute. It's going to stop JDG. Maybe not right in their tracks. Again, YU and Berlin can do crazy things. Viper's Pit on the board if a site is taken.
If they get there. Right now, it doesn't really look like they're getting stopped. TYL's deciding to play backside control on A, which is probably the safer option for them, but it gives JDG some room to work with, some lanes to explore, some information to get. The spike still set in A main. YU is trying to get some more information. If he's going down, he is putting Berlin into an impossible situation, and with that, I mean, this round is basically done.
Well, the 0.1%, and it can, if anything, I can only imagine what this computer would have done if it watched J.Kuro do what he just did in the previous round. It might just overheat. It may have just exploded, but not gonna be the case. It's a pretty confident finish from TYL, not needing that last timeout. The round's going exactly how they would hope, how they required them to go to move on to their other map pick in Summit.
But I think it's interesting to see that the players, I mean, they are not as excited because they haven't won yet, but still it feels like they are a bit reserved in their reaction to that win. Maybe because it wasn't the big last kill, the big finish to a map that was certainly in a state where it could go either way. But I think for the TYL players, I'm expecting so much more. I'm expecting such a big reaction to winning a map in a grand final, and right now they are holding back emotions pretty much.
Reality, well, that's the thing, reality could be setting in that all they need is Summit. All they need is their own map pick. They beat JDG on Breeze. This is a map that TYL weren't doing great on, that were typically struggling, and JDG were making this map look confident. But now you've beat them on Breeze, and you get to move on to Summit. Reality may very much be dawning on this TYL squad that they are one map away from Stage 2 champions.
And for TYL, Summit is gonna be such a comfortable pick to come up next. Their win rate on that is amazing ever since they found the comp they have been playing with recently. So for JDG, now it is the time to show us that they've been working on this map. Same thing happened for TYL on Breeze, as we could see, especially the second half. They had so many things under control. Their defense looked lovely in comparison to what we've seen before. And why is that in our replay? Why is that in the highlights? We have comps coming up next, I'm glad.
来，准备3、2了。有看到。哎呀，喂 ，nice， 我知道就应该。no， 我知道。等小 A 兵，蓝屁股没人看。你们去站好这个。我在看滴滴，我在看滴滴。对，我去射头。你要保障了，不知道就不出去。nice， 沈志伟。Good job， boy。滴滴屁股一个，2个屁股，2个 A 兵，一个去。滴滴，一个滴滴，2屁股。滴滴出来。滴滴跟。我来帮你，小飞。来3、2。干嘛？ ，nice，弟，决定吗？我来了。别急 ，chill。
OK，
我不是杀了我靠了
，sorry， 我太专注，
就打掉。
小智我的，我太专注，我没听。关墙，我要把中路清了，木西。
阿佩带
，OK， 走。我跟你说的，
小人左边，小人。
说的，当队，我有雷，出来，右边出来。
哎，一会儿，等小飞，等小飞，
我再出来，皇上，
左边超车，掉了，爆点一个，爆点柱子，爆点小飞 ，nice， 好白啊真。
And well, certainly the pace did pick up from slowly. This player has moved on now towards the ranks of the 2KD flat. And the amount of damage done by him with the support of all the other players from the team. But this is a man on controller, and he certainly has things under control.
Yeah, doesn't really play the Viper like a controller in many of these rounds, but you see how the proactivity is just an important factor for TYL in winning. If he's not going for the duels, potentially no one else will, and then you are in big trouble. So having slowly stepping up in those fights, taking this extra space and going for another fight again and again is so important for TYL.
Someone maybe needed to tell him he wasn't on duelist, because 20 and 12 from your Viper is a statement and a half. Splash only kind of repping that 16 and 14. I say only. Everyone though popping off, and again, what, 6 kills between the highest and lowest performer on your team? That is consistency. It was 1 kill difference between them on the previous map that they had won. 13 and 10. The first kills basically lining up, and JDG able to stop a couple of the post plants from TYL. You see 5 out of 8, but it felt like JDG were shutting down more of them, to be honest. Done.
Yeah, both struggling with the post plans quite a bit, but maybe that's just something to fix another day, because the season might as well be over after this one. We're taking a quick look at the statistics from Scales. I've been mentioning his great timing on the KO utility once or twice over the course of this map. 7 multi-kills? Is that correct? Because I felt like everyone else was so overwhelming that those multi-kills just completely passed me.
I think it was very much just because Scales was getting like the final shots, but the distraction was very much there from it, and just him managing to kind of climb them up and tidy them up. Well, a tidy finish from Breeze by the end for TYL, and after this quick little break, we will be going on to Summit, where they may crown themselves the champions of Stage 2 before moving on to Champions. So we'll be right back with you after this.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. But like a wildfire, dying on myself. Demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After what was probably pretty upsetting for a map to go the way it did, it is TYL to take JDG's map pick on Breeze and move us over. Match series stage point map for TYL if JDG cannot get their, well, their ducks in a row. And of course, joining me is still the ever lovely Island.
I I am not gonna make any further prediction on who is taking
we can hear you.
which map.
I think we're hearing a little bit of a...
Huh?
Oh, I'm not sure. Ah, there we go. Okay. She will be with us in just
okay.
in but a second, I believe. Oh, hang on. But...
Am I?
Hello?
I could I sing?
Oh, am I?
Okay,
Oh, apologies. Maybe it's on my end then.
I'm not gonna make any predictions on who's taking which map because I was so convinced that Breeze would go JDG's way, and I was pretty convinced that TYL could take Summit. But after what we've seen on Breeze, probably JDG is gonna win this. What are the possibilities?
You really... it's pretty bad predicting things in this stage because the predictions go out the window oh so quickly. But we're not going to have to predict very much, at least with the Agent lineup. And with the compositions, they changed slightly on Breeze. At least if my memory serves me right, Alina, this looks pretty comfortable from both sides.
Yeah, the Waylay Phoenix, which is kind of the signature TYL Summit comp. Ever since they found this, they decided to keep it because Splash has been doing lovely work on the... I'm not getting sick and tired of saying this over and over again. Splash on the Phoenix on Summit feels like what I would describe flow state. And I don't know how long he can keep up with that because expectations are quite high from me and I feel like from a bunch of other people as well. But if he can manage to maintain the state he has in the last couple of matches played, this is going to be a tough task for JDG.
Could be a really, really tough task. And particularly for Breeze, not as much for the first two maps, but it did feel like suddenly all eyes were kind of on J-Kuro to kind of bring these rounds back, right? That was the moment where the aggression from him was really starting to come through, the mechanics and the aim was even working out for him. For the rest of the team, they're in spirit, but not as much on the server. And now, if JDG cannot show up, both in spirit and physically, virtually as well, let's just add it in, then they will find themselves still going to Champions, but a second place finish for Stage 2. I'm not sure that's exactly what they're aiming for.
Yeah, no one's aiming for the second seed. Everyone wants the trophy. You made it to the grand final. You are going to represent your region in the international, but you also want to have that trophy in VCT CN as well. The opening round is ready for us. Pistol on the line. TYL has had the upper hand in pistol rounds in this grand final this far. Can they manage to score another one? Mid control already established. I like this from TYL, having so many players towards Ben, but still maintaining main control in A and B as well.
Yeah, just to make sure no one from JDG kind of pushes up the aggression. And slowly does kind of aim up towards that corner. Berlin doesn't move yet. C's now thrown through to attempt with the paint shells, but TYL playing this patiently, believing that JDG are going to try that util spam. They pull out accordingly, but they're immediately going to re-engage.
The re-engagement on the way. I feel like JDG, with throwing that C's nade combination, they're like, okay, this is now an area that shouldn't be considered by TYL anymore. You see everyone rotating off, and now that is just free space. Scales is making some noises towards that B site, maybe getting informations on the steps there, but TYL already on the other way. Berlin finding an opener, but the damage towards the player on side is not that little. J-Kuro's holding on for a second, but then he's dealt with by slowly.
That control from main. Still a factor though. You do have to see that, especially Splash right now at an awkward angle. But for once, JDG, their patient retake comes through that little bit early. And now Berlin already won the fall. Skill still showing presence on towards mid. Gets his. Can't find the second, but the damage is good on the YU. And the rest of TYL to clean it up. The pistol round almost certainly gonna go their way. And now the momentum can build. The pistol round going the exact way the stats predict.
Yeah, another one for TYL found, and I feel like for JDG right now, this has kind of been a warning to them. Don't give up mid too early. We may show some presence here and there, we may back away for a second, but maybe we're gonna come back and then you have a big issue in front of your feet. The economy now looking a bit better for TYL. They are not investing as heavily it seemed like for a second, but even Sufat bought up. They are investing on every end. Usually they have at least like one player saving up, but Scales this time around, not on a pistol, but on the Marshall.
Yeah, for once, everyone's kind of got that buy. It used to be kind of Scales would keep on the Sheriff and then kind of keep the economy going even further for TYL if the round didn't go their way. Jump peek from Berlin, sees the Marshall shot, hears it come through as well. Scales breaking the window on towards upper. The timing here from Slowly and co. TYL still playing this so decisively. The C's is good, but the Paranoia Molly combination's just that quite bit better. Not a single frag to go JDG's way thus far as they get onto the B site.
I think it's interesting that TYL is deciding to play such a big buy in this map specifically. We are used to having Scales on the pistol and then maybe it's Slowly on the Marshall, so you have two rather small investments, but this time around they decided they want to buy up. Everyone is well equipped, which means every player lost in this round would be an issue, but this far it doesn't look like it, especially with the 3 JDG players left only having classics and not really attempting a retake, maybe trying to find an exit frag if we're looking at that angle from Jay, but not a lot to be found. We see TYL backing off already. They have an idea that no one is coming to defuse that spike.
They know that their executes came through and Splash, especially with the control here. Gonna lock this down entirely, and I think for one of the first times, Zelina, there has not been a multi-kill with the Spectre on round 2. There has not. I've been staring at Sufat for the entire time, wondering what he was going to do, and unfortunately he finds nothing, but TYL still find the round.
Oh, you are bringing that up right. I was already thinking something feels different. Something doesn't feel like a follow-up TYL round. What is missing? Oh, it's the multi-kill with the Spectre, of course.
That's exactly why, unfortunately, well, I guess habits are good, but sometimes you gotta break that. Sometimes you gotta just throw JDG off the scent, and Scales now still actually stuck with the pistol, but just a round later. The economy, that means for TYL, could be okay, even if this round doesn't go their way.
And with 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom even, I'm not too sure how big the issues are going to be for TYL. We see them defaulting quite often in this 3-1-1, where they have one lane they keep the most of the focus on, but the other 2 big lanes should also be guarded, and this is all happening in this bonus round. Having ERV for mid control, having Slowly for a main control, this is just giving TYL so many opportunities. And JDG, on the other end, they don't have the opportunity to rotate that early because they know how defaulty TYL's approach.
Definitely taking it genuinely from Breeze and kind of mimicking it in a 1-to-1, where we started to see at the beginning, you know, Harbor was coming through that kind of double wall capacity. Paranoia for Paranoia, and Utility does not actually make TYL all that afraid to take this fight on the bench. Very confident push, but he's all on his own. He gets dealt with, and that should be another gun upgrade. Scales go from Sheriff to Phantom. It's a huge deal. Berlin from full HP to 0, an even bigger one at that. And with the door slammed shut, Scales would have to find the timing, pushes up potentially a bit far, and makes this a little bit more possible for JDG.
But we see great awareness from TYL, the double swing for the position that Berlin has been playing in, spike on the ground, main control still established, and a swing potentially in play as soon as JDG is walking through that smoke. The smoke placement is so interesting because dependent on how you throw that, the angles are different in your re-clear, and JDG, they always have to consider all of these potential angles. Slowly now trying to fight forward, and when I say trying, I mean he is successful. Oh, double kill found, and the bonus round that I've been looking at with like, oh, this could be dangerous, but potentially not that dangerous, ended up being a 3rd round for TYL.
Dangerous, but just for not the team that maybe we expected, because suddenly TYL with the momentum here, slowly Pretty surprised he gets both there, because he looked like he was a bit confused himself. He looked like he'd realized the positioning wasn't great, and then suddenly it was too late. He was there, he had to fight.
I mean, that is kind of the most slowly thing to do, getting impatient in a post plan and then being like, I'm gonna go look for a fight, and then he's finding more fights than he intended to and then has to deal with it. But it's all working out for TYL in the end. Economy broken on the side of JDG. We see some sheriffs coming in, a bandit in the hand of Crownfisher. I've been enjoying Crownfisher on the bandit quite a lot, but right now he doesn't look too ready to be fought. Jay's just sliding into his own death there. I don't really see the vision, and now Crownfisher is stuck in very much of an uncomfortable position, falling back to fight with YU. But how much of a fight can you pull up to the plate when your enemy's guns are just that much bigger?
Well, especially if Splash is going to be able to run it back. But again, this is the region of Thrifties. This is the time. This is the entire moment that JDG would require for some shots from YU or Berlin, even J Kuro, who was doing so phenomenal back on Breeze. One of them could show up to do this damage, but essentially what is a 6 versus 4 if Splash wants to burn the Phoenix ultimate? It has been nerfed, and the first shot goes for YU. Cypher for Cypher. It's not over just yet, but surely YU cannot get away with this, and he will get shot down red by Splash, who's still alive on the run it back. Crownfisher having to dodge around these smokes. Dodges the run it back just barely. Information not found with 13 seconds left. This bandit might be the difference maker. It will not be. And with the spike planted at 5 seconds red time, it's going to be a tough one for Berlin here to shut it down. And in fact, he will just be held, put down to 3 HP, and only a nightmare.
Flash is glowing, kind of like the laser show we had in the beginning of this grand final, sitting in that tripwire with the run it back active and somehow still survives. I mean, YU is in a tough position there with the sheriff in the close corner, but not really reacting at all to the Phoenix being stuck in his utility.
Possibly hoping hoping Splash would make the mistake to not clear him and then get this cheeky, you know, 2 or 3 kills with the sheriff. You're probably only getting 2 at most, let's face it. But the risk doesn't pay off, and TYL now 4 rounds to 0. Ultimate on the board for Slowly, which could do massive damage.
Yeah, the ultimate online on the other end, it is an operator now available for Jay, so maybe a bit more control that JDG can establish, but at the moment we see Jay rotating over, not really an angle to be found because the door in mid is slammed shot. The operator is lacking impact in this situation.
It doesn't get the value that it needs, and Jay unfortunately kind of requiring to get some value. Convergent Path doesn't do too much either. YU with a reposition, but the haunt timing makes it so easy for Slowly to get that execute done so fastly. And I don't know if you can see it right now, but I think that puts him 9-0 currently for your Waylay. Convergent Path's already online. Operator still to get a bit of value.
Oh, 1 frag found, but so much more to be done, and at some point you have to consider saving this operator. Such a big investment, but Jay is going for more, even finding Sufat, the leader of TYL, down. ERV trying to make this round a bit more comfortable for his team, slowly finding yet another 110-0 now, and that is the time where even Jay is saying, okay, I tried my best, I found 2 frags, but that's all I can do. I have to save this gun. This was such a big investment, and I have to keep it.
And credit to Crownfisher, because that was part of the support with that paranoia with the extra utility, but again, not gonna be enough. And my heart would break after the way these maps, the first 2 maps, okay, fairly decisive, all things considered. Breeze gave us a lot more to work with in terms of a tug of war. It would be a bit of a heartbreak for both JDG and us if this were to be the way it ends, but Slowly just seems to want to end this right now. And that shot from Skeels, very good timing.
I mean, I've been talking about the flow state Splash Phoenix, and I mean, he's 5-2, which is solid, yes, but when your teammate is on 10-0, it is hard to be the star of the show for him. TYL 5-0, and they are not looking to stop. The operator still available, so something you have to be worried about just a tiny bit, but everyone else on JDG just with a pistol equipped. Some utility already being thrown out, some still available, but the buy is just not the biggest for JDG.
It's really not. And at the start, right, back on map 1 or 2, the pistol shots were still clean. Everyone was very much awake, ready to play. But we're now moved on to the 4th map. We've now got to the point where fatigue shouldn't be as much of a factor, especially for players of this caliber. And especially for the fact it was TYL that should be experiencing fatigue a little bit harder. Based on the amount of extra maps they've had to play. Certainly don't look tired of this just yet. And the map control, the presence they continue to build. And JDG still don't have anything really to work with as of yet.
Yeah, not really much found this far, but still the operator in a nice position to maybe get one, maybe even go for a second. He's hearing the orb being taken, the flash readies, forcing him off of the angle for just a second, and he's right back in.
Oh, and the nightfall timing is not ideal because of the paint shells, but it's still going to do enough. It's going to push you off of this angle, get him to regroup on with J Kuro, but that means everything cuts down. The big shot, big miss, and red time at 13 seconds left. The neural theft being committed by Scales as well, just to make sure that that spike goes down, just to make sure that all knowledge of these fights goes the way that TYL want to, and slowly, finally cut down. But he's got a quad 1 on his KDA right now, and JDG have nothing really else to get on the site with. Well, you managed to scavenge the Phantom, but there is a flank from ERV.
Yeah, the flank coming in and the positions are noted, and before anything else can happen, that flank finds success. ERV finding that last kill of the round, and what I want to mention about the way that TYL is playing attack this far is that they have such a good hand in finding the right timing on the execute. With having JDG stay in their positions as long as possible, not rotating over, and with like 20 seconds on the clock, they are in. They are so ready. Their protocols for the execute are so nice. The utility coming in, everything is dealt with. Every angle they are aware of, it seems. And with that, even though time is ticking, it never seems like TYL is feeling the stress, feeling the pressure. I mean, if I see 8 seconds left on the clock and my spike is still on the way to the side, I'm starting to sweat, but not TYL. They are so ready to put themselves in these situations. It feels like they are thriving under the pressure.
Oh, diamonds are formed. Diamonds are formed after all. And to really build upon the protocol point as well, like, the nightfall came down, so I mentioned like the paint shells that came through in the nightfall, and that kind of caused a distraction. But what that also does is it means you can't just do the typical op time. It means you can't just do, you know, the flash hits you, you wait half a second, quarter of a second, pull the trigger, because people will swing off that flash. Zhu's timing is messed up as badly as his opposition's is, and when Zhu is your one playmaker, the one difference maker that could get a frag with that operator, having his timing upset as well is so huge.
Yeah, and with the op on the ground and the economy being as unstable as it is for JDG, they cannot reinvest. I mean, they are close to getting the overdrive online, so that's another issue that TYL would have to deal with. But at this point, no more opping for Jie. And TYL, they are going to be pretty much aware of that fact that they don't have to be considering that operator. Crownfisher is finding slowly, and with that, the raid boss of TYL is down for now.
For now. He will return, of course, but that is going to be the confidence builder. It has to be the confidence builder for JDG, because the moment, if you lose the half without getting a round on the board, then that is going to be a heartbreaker. Nice push from JDG though. Going to make sure that Scales' heart very much ripped out from his chest. But that means all 3 of the remaining members in TYL in a good position. The neural theft to shut that down and make it a bit less comfortable. And the timing from ERV not going to work out. Crosshair placement's good, but YU on towards the A main. The flank has already been done. Splash has already been dealt with. And at this point, Sufa and ERV just looking on towards doing damage, getting the kills, because I don't think they're getting this round. A lot of players on half or lower, but no collaterals found, and a flawless to get JDG on the board.
I've seen that spray down from Cave, dealing more damage than it did, but I gotta say, I like how JDG adapted it. I like the mid presence. heavy mid presence, if I get to say that. I mean, they are sending in 3 players to get that space, to get the kills, and at that point they get unpredictable because TYL doesn't know what are they doing with the space. Are we expecting a 3-people flank at this point? Are they grouping towards Bend? Is everyone coming in from Link, or are they falling back completely? TYL has everything to deal with the minute JDG wins mid control, and they know that.
So know that. And I'd have to imagine this is not going to be enough to kind of take the legs out from TYL in and of itself, but that might already be a good amount of damage to be done. A lot of utility committed, and the push has to come through from Slowly. Doesn't have the backup from the rest of his team, and that B presence is all said and gone. Splash will answer it back on mid. The Spike's still going to have to work to get on towards this site, and Slowly cannot do enough work to do it. It's going to have to be ERV instead. Je backing up. Sufat BB 1 versus 2, 16 HP. Je didn't see him. Je did not spot him on his screen, despite the fact he very much was. 63 seconds and counting. He's been found now. And with an orb to take, at the very least, as a consolation prize, the rotate from Sufat on towards mid, maybe towards B, but Je will be able to beat him wherever he goes.
Trying to get the maximum out of this round with charging up his Nightfall just a tiny bit more. I mean, Jay's movement on the Neon has been a scary factor. He's just peaking in such a big tempo that it's always scary to see him popping off on your screen for just a second there. But Sufat is getting out of there. It doesn't really look like he has the idea yet. Going towards B or A or just into the crosshair of Berlin doesn't matter. Round is done and dusted, and I have to say I don't really understand. Don't you say never change a running system? TYL had everything under control with their defaulting, with their idea of how to play attack, and then they leave mid open twice, go for straight up A execute, and lose both of these rounds.
Don't fix what isn't broken, and certainly right now it has been fixed a little bit, both by the side of TYL, and if you look at JDG repairing holes in this sinking ship, they are starting to find themselves a little bit more buoyancy. Ultimate's now on the board, Je back on the operator, and I don't imagine he's going to want to let that fall a second time.
Definitely not. Someone is fighting in front of his vision though. Berlin taking some space, but now backing away to have the Neon holding that on his own, which also means JDG can send more players over towards that A side, having that little stack towards Bend. Mid control certainly not an issue for them at the moment.
Not at all, but it is expressing and extending this mid control on towards Bend. This angle that we can see YU being set up on was already attempted before. It was by Berlin, so maybe not going to be able to get the full value. But TYL instead, rather than take this fight at all, they're just going to move on towards the B side. But Berlin already ready and waiting, arms open, outstretched. It's not for a hug, but it is to drop Knight on towards his opponent's. Timing doesn't work out for him, and now he's being a bit overwhelmed. We can see him flicking between the V-main and this Link, and Je not able to get the shot despite the wall hacks, and now Berlin having to deal with all of this. Good for one, cannot get the second, and the site is TYL's.
JDG had the perfect setup with the operator having vision towards B main and the Nightfall being ready for the trip contact in B Link, and still TYL, they are just overwhelming, now having their own Nightfall online. J.Kuro not clearing that corner, and he is dead. Dry Scales gets the last kill, and TYL are securing lead to halftime already. 7-2 on the board, and this overwhelmingness is so insane to watch on these executes. That's what I've been talking about. The protocols on the execute are so clean. The utility that TYL is bringing into the fight, I mean, it looks like they're just considering every single potential option.
And this time it's working. This time it's working. Class is in session, both on for the Cuddle Buddies and for ourselves right here, because that overthinking from TYL, it was causing them a lot of problems in Breeze initially. It seemed like there were too many ideas going through their head. This time there's exactly enough, and they know which ones to operate off of.
Oh, he is gonna be forced into a fight, getting slowly there with no real follow-up, even though Splash and ERV were this nearby. No one can trade that loss of the Waylay. 12-4 at the moment, the convergent path not to be played in this round. TYL canceling the noise. They are trying to reconsider what they want to do because mid maybe not the best option with the operator known towards bend.
They still, oh my, the Splash doesn't care about how bad the option is. He chooses it anyway and walks away with his life. I cannot believe he gets away with that. Means the curveball is on the line, and look at the utility from Sufat pushing it through. There's so much concern. JDG have to consider a lot. The teleport as well from the side of the Omen. JDG now backing up. 3 players committed towards the A site. All of them now committed towards the A site. The fake from TYL finally works, Alina.
Splash is pulling out his run it back and just running to that A side, and everyone in JDG is like, oh, that might be an execute. We're sending everyone. 5 players alive and no one was nearby guarding mid or B.
All of this presence now, you have a lurking Splash. Slowly was gone, by the way. The first frag went towards JDG. This could have been the round to get them right back on the board, but the only player with a gun aside from JKuro is at 5 HP, so even the overdrive's not going to do too much. Beautiful shot. Shufat's already taken down the op and the overdrive. Splash now as well, forcing the C's out. So even with this push coming through, Scales the timing. Don't check your camera. Check your angles, because all of a sudden, a lifeline given. JKuro with the Phantom needs to be dealt with. He shall indeed. And now Berlin with no time on the clock, with no gun in his hands but the op. He's gonna save it, but is he gonna be able to do more damage? Splash shows his spine and gets it taken out, but it is still TYL's round.
I'm not entirely sure what Splash wanted to demonstrate there in the end, but it didn't really work out for him. I mean, everything else in this round worked pretty well, I have to say. For that Phoenix player, the fake soul towards the A side, the flank coming in. I mean, his lurk being known by Berlin's utility doesn't make it any less dangerous, and he's finding the right timing to join the fight onto the side, but that in the end there looked a bit nuts. The conversion pass still online for TYL, and they tend to enjoy combining that with another piece of utility, another ultimate, or maybe they're just finding entries towards the smokes and mid, and J is down and the overdrive is on the ground, and oh man, this starts to look terrible for JDG.
Wasn't looking great, but this operator's been changing hands so many times. JKuro, your timing, the multi-kills that we have seen, nothing now. The conversion pass goes through, Crown Fisher gets the kill at least, but he's now trapped between a rock and a hot place. The molly keeps him on that angle, and it will be Splash to take him down. Scales with the mid presence after all of this, and it's basically a guaranteed 9 and 2. Berlin saved the operator again, but how many favors has it done you?
Yeah, not really any. Flash coming in there, hunting down the gun. Berlin securing 1 frag with the right click. I am not sure if TYL are gonna let him save anyway. They have the better economy. They should be able to buy up more and more. Splash has his ultimate online, so maybe send Sufat for the hunt or lose all of your players. No, Berlin sees a possibility, sees an option, but Sufat is there to take him down. This is getting messy towards the end, but TYL are the winners of this round, and by now I feel like TYL have demonstrated enough and enough how well considered their executes are. The hot hands into the corner of the spot, so Crown Fisher really has no space to work with. He's just dancing on a hot stove there. No room for him to even take a fight.
No, indeed, and I mean, even then, Berlin, the only player with room to take a fight, and he swings with a Vandal that has like 6 bullets in it, so he can't win that fight. Had he not reloaded in front of the opposition, suddenly a difference changes, suddenly a different story. But right now, unless you're superstitious and you really believe that JDG can convert a 3-9, they're gonna have to if they want a shot at map 5, but slowly just sees Crown Fisher and takes the crown off his head.
This is the YZ angle, and YZ has played that a bunch and didn't find any success really after he played it once, and everyone was like, oh, that is an angle, we should be aware of that, and ever since then, the effectiveness of that angle is basically gone in this region.
It's gone pretty much, and now TYL are being and going towards the B side. And JDG may be been and gone, but that's a huge kill from Berlin, allows the Nightfall down, but they just walk through it. A light shining through the darkness is Scales, and the Overdrive now has to do it all. Doesn't even do anything. It's 10-2 for TYL going into halftime.
What a performance they've been showing us on this map. I mean, their summit has been looking nice all stage, we have to say that. But in this case, it felt like they had an ultimate available for every single round. Their cycling has been amazing.
Credit to Skills, by the way, because if a Neon slides past me like that, I panic and shoot at the Neon, and then miss every shot, and then die.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but maybe that's why you're sitting here.
I'm here.
And these players are on the stage.
You know what? That's a fair point. That is a very valid point. But, well, 50 seconds and counting. There's going to need to be a lot of valid points made by JDG. I believe there's still one timeout. There has to be one timeout. If there's two from them, I would be surprised after Coach Bally's been showing how much he loves to use it. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
I mean, after JDG won the first map in a quite dominant way and coaches were not happy, we were talking about how this could affect the momentum. When you're winning the first map in a grand final and coach is like, this is not what we've been signing up for. We want more rounds, we want cleaner rounds, we want better utility. Maybe it has just been too much, too high of expectations from the coaching staff, and it's been pressuring the players. I mean, we can only guess at this point, but ever since that, TYL looked different.
TYL looked evolved. Summit was not their mountain to climb. Breeze was theirs. This was JDG's mountain to climb. This was JDG's moment to kind of show that if they can survive one more map, we go then towards Ascent, the map that just makes you show off your most basic of fundamentals in Valorant. It's arguably the simplest map, I would say, maybe behind like early bind. I mean like early bind, like years ago at this point. And yeah, simplicity may not even be the difference maker. The pistol win rate though, one last star that JDG need to use to find their way.
So essential to get that pistol on the board if you want to make a comeback happen. And you've been talking about your expectations of having that one very, very impressive, heartbreaking comeback on any of the maps. And if we want to see one, now would be a great chance for JDG to make that happen.
Their attacks have been nothing short of phenomenal on basically all of these maps, let's face it. So there may be the possibility here, unless the raid boss is back online. YU misses the shots, cannot get the refrag. And slowly, just like that, very speedily takes up the mantle of 15-7. Even the frenzy from Scales, the Seas does nothing other than make you trapped in here with him. And a right click from Berlin. All that's really gonna be found. Splash with a double up as well. And JDG might have to just accept silver.
I mean, in the beginning of Summit, we could easily talk about this being slowly and friends. And when we see shots like this, the thought gets bigger and bigger. But when we look at the scoreboard, this is really Splash, Slowly, and Scales doing all the work. Sufat can really just lay back and give his calls. I mean, his utility has been lovely to support his teammates. But those three players on TYL, they are just so overwhelming at this point. And JDG, they are force buying into this. If they don't win the Stinger force buy, this map is over.
Yeah, playing towards overtime is bad enough when you're, you know, on 11. Playing towards overtime when you're on 2, near impossible. And all the movement, at very least, creates a bit of hesitation. And then the Bulldogs are released. The Hounds smell blood, and we are on match, series, stage, every single point you can think of for TYL.
And Dante, this is a corner not being cleared. This is JDG force buying because they really want and need that round. I mean, the haunt was lovely, but everyone on JDG is just rushing in. No one is clearing ERV's position. Those are exactly the things we have been talking about. This cannot be happening, and we see JDG on a similar buy. This is all they can buy into. 4 Stingers and the Sheriff again. This feels like a deja vu, an A execute on the line again.
Oh, the fast lane at the very least. Well, it doesn't go the way of it, which means Je might even have the Riot Gods against him as well. The execute is still good. He still gets the site presence. But that's now his head taken down to half. The Haunt and the Parlor's still online. Skill's trying to find the timing and slow to get the kill, and the skill feed goes up green! That is us! 13-2, the smoke machines are up, so are the players, and TYL are your victories for Stage 2 VCT China.
Oh, a title under their belts. All year, this roster has been fighting to finally get the recognition, to finally get to the top of all of the scoreboards imaginable. And ever since Sufat joined that roster, it feels like they found the structure they needed. They found their leader to put all of the players into the best spotlight possible. All of these top fraggers, may that be a splash, may that be a slowly. They are popping off so much ever since Sufat has joined them, and you see how happy they are to finally make that happen for themselves.
And I mean, I can only imagine the elation going through. A heartbreak for JDG, a team that really did off the back of the group stages look like they were unstoppable. Took so many of us by surprise in a grand final that I don't think anyone would have expected by the start of the stage, but certainly one worth waiting for.
It could have been the JDG Cinderella run, but TYL in the end, just the better team. The nerfs more stable, utility on the server a tiny bit better, and in the end they're winning this out in a dominant fashion. You see, I mean, some of those are ex-teammates, YU and Sufat playing together just last year, so everyone's really supportive of each other, everyone's giving the recognition, but you can see just how happy those TYL players are, man.
Sufat nearly forgot he was just on a stage. He fell in love with that trophy. He was just looking at that with like heart eyes, big cartoon style, and his team had to go. You have to stand in front of the stage. You have to accept all your flowers as the trophy will be lifted by the TYL team. And there it is. There it is. So much work has been put into this by all of these players, and when I first heard of TYL, when I was introduced to them as a team, it was Skills / Slowly, and then 3 people that just kind of needed to back him up. And Sufat, the puzzle master, the final piece, and another cheer. Triumphant is the word, and dominant was the fashion.
Oh, I love to see this. You see them lifting the trophy once together, and then Sufat is like, okay, now everyone has to do it individually, and I'm just gonna sit here cheering for all of you, and now the team has to make space for him. Of course, he is flexing once again. It is a heavy trophy to lift, and Sufat is showing off the muscles that he needed to carry his team into a position like that. Finally, being able to lift the trophy. I'm gonna be so excited to see this team on the international stages just next month already.
We have been so working towards this as an entire year. Every single player, every aspect of what you would want from VCT in an individual reason culminates into here, and as all the signatures come through, as everyone gets the rings as well added on, I am jealous of this bling. I can only imagine how pretty it is, and I don't need to imagine. We'll get it shown off, and Sufat again, kiss the ring, kiss the biceps, and let's take this to champs.
Oh, this is gonna be so fun to watch everyone celebrating. It seems like they can't quite believe this is really happening. After yesterday, so many emotions coming up, and I am looking forward to hear how the emotions are on stage, because we have an interview coming up with the TYL players and stuff, and I am so looking forward to it.
现在每一个人情绪都非常的激动。那我们先把麦克风交给我身边
First
的九
interview
哥。
goes to Sword9.
我觉得你和天路一路的感情，我们一定
Been
不
with
必说，大家全部
TYL
都
for
知
so
道。
long.
从教练到
You were
选
a
手
coach,
再
then
到
a
教练
player, then a
你伴
coach
随着
again.
整个队
You've
伍
grown a
成长
lot
了
with the
非
team.
常
How are
长
you
的时间
feeling now?
现在你是什么样的心情呢？
我现在非常激动。
He says he feels very excited and he just wants to say that Rome wasn't built in a
是
day.
的，你们赢下的每一步，赢下的每一场比赛，付出的每一天的努力，在最后都形成了一个甜蜜的果实。我看到九哥现在眼眶很红，特别的
Is
激
there
动。
anything else you want to
你还有
say
什
to
么想和
everyone?
大家分享的
Anything about
一
your
些心
feelings
情
or
想
just
说的话
something you
吗
want to say?
我真的想说，真的想说。
Says he wants to really thank the 2 coaches and the 5 players on the stage.
还想说，感谢
And everyone behind the scenes who has
所有在
supported
幕后
them.
支持我们的所有天路的工作人员。然后我最后还想，最重要的是，我想说，真的感谢所有。
So grateful for all the fans as well who have supported TYL through all the lows and all the
谢谢所有人一路
highs.
的支持与陪伴，同时也谢谢九哥，你为天路做的所有事情，大家也全都看在眼里，记在心里。感谢九哥。接下来，谢教。
Next interview goes to
作为教练，
just
现
goes
在
to
的心情一
hypnotizing.
定是非常非常激动的。首先有什么想先和大家分享的吗？
Anything you want to share with everyone? After that win?
谢谢
He
谢大
says
家
thank
今
you
天来观
everyone
看
for
天路的
coming
比
to
赛
watch
好吧
TYL.
我们知道这段时间一定是压力巨大的，因为刚才在场间采访的时候，其实你也说到，这两天
Said
都是
earlier
背靠
that
背的
we've
比赛
done,
那你是如何
you
帮
guys
助
have
所有
done a
的
lot
队
of
员去
back-to-back
调节
games
的？
recently. So how have you helped the team adjust to it?
我觉得还是引用我们在胜者组输京东我说的那句
Because
话
I'm
吧
going to use the same thing we
笑到最后
said
的才是赢家
after losing to
今天我确
JDG.
定我们
It's
就是最终的
the,
赢家
whoever laughs to the
你们
end
就
is
是
the winner,
最后的
and
赢
now
家
we are the
也
ones
想
laughing in
问
the
一
end.
下你，从你的角度，你觉得这几个孩子在你眼里是什么样的？
I think was
专
important for
注
the team.
兴奋
He
积极
says focus
非常
and
的
excitement,
对待自己的这
passion,
份对待自己的
being
这
very
份职业
serious
非常
about
认真
your own career.
有着非常美好的品质，而且有着非常强的坚韧力和毅力，最后赢下了这场比赛。感谢教
Next
练。
interview goes to ERV.
ERV 从登场到现在一场场比赛，你让我们记住了绝境的 ERV。从影视修所当时正义的
From
一
your
打五
first
到
time
昨天霓虹
on
钉
the
改
stage
变
till
世
now,
界线的几
you've
个残局。你每一次
died
在
on
队
the
伍艰
team.
难
So
的时刻，为什
why
么
is
都能
it
做
that
得
you've
到？
been able to do so well every time the team has struggled?
更多
现在可能
队友
He says the support and the encouragement and trust from his teammates has been very important. They've given him a lot of it.
去跟我们分享一下，在这段时间你们是如何互相鼓励
Tell us
走
about
出
how
最后
you
登
guys
顶
have
的。
supported each other through the lows and come
我
to
们
here.
有很多挫折嘛，一路走来，从胜者组掉下来，我们其
Because
实
when
败
we
者组
felt like
已经是
when
命
we
悬
fell
一
from
线
the
了。
uppers to lowers,
但是
we were on our last life,
我们
but we were able to do it.
不怕
We
任何人。
aren't afraid of anyone.
我想
He wants to
说
say that they are the champions.
冠军。
你们是冠军，你们是大家看着一步一步走到现在的冠军。
Next
感谢
interview goes
ERV
to slowly.
接下来 Slowly，你的个人表现，所有人都看得到。一个人在本赛段贡献了
Your personal
很多个
performance
王牌
has
金
been
位，而且
amazing.
你一直
You've
都是整个
given
队
a
伍
lot
最
of
稳定的一个
aces
核心。
to
能
the
够
team.
保持
What
稳
has
定
been
状态的关键是
helpful
什
to
么
you
呢？
guys, for you
你
specifically
一直是整个
to
队伍非
keep
常
your
稳定的
form
核心，能
and
够保持稳
be
定状态的关键
reliable
是
for the
什么
team?
我觉得
Is just to have a strong heart.
一颗永不服输的心，因为我知道，其实无论在平常在赛场上，你们都付出了很多的努力。那今天在现场有很多支持你们的粉
There's a lot
丝，
of
支持你们的
fans
朋友，
here
包
for
括
you
不在
guys,
现场也有很多支持你的
both
兄弟。
on
有什么
like
想
in
对
the
大家说
arena
的话
and outside of the arena. Do you have anything to say to them?
然后我向你们
Just thank you everyone for your support.
写完了。
We've finished our story in the lower bracket,
你完
and
成了
I
你的
hope you
诺言，
guys
我想
come
大
to
家
watch
也一
us
定
again
会一
next
如
year.
既往的支持你们。感谢 Slowly。下面麦克风交到小
Next
飞手
interview
上
goes to Sufet. He says right now is my time. Let me hear your voice. What are we? The crowd answers that they are the champions.
谢谢。
小肥，你肯定明白从低谷一路向上是什么感觉，对吗？你肯定明白从低谷一路向上
She says
是
you
什么
must
感觉，对
understand
吗？
what it feels like to go from the deepest depths to these heights. And he says, yeah, I've only just gotten out. Yes, what has it felt like? Can you share how you've been doing? He says he appreciates all the voices in the crowd. He like the people who support him and the people who don't. Of course, the people who support him here he's very grateful for. But the people who trash on him, the people who say he's a terrible IGL, he appreciates them a lot because they are the reason that he has fought this hard. He hopes everyone keeps the passion in their lives. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. Do what is in your heart. He is able to be here on this stage despite the people who say he is not good, because it proves that he has a heart that is unstoppable. He's already cried all the tears he needed to cry yesterday, and he's thanked everyone that he wanted to thank. He wants to thank his family. He says the number on his back, the 8, is from his brother who brought him along to play games. He's the reason he plays pro. His brother allows him not to be afraid. He's very thankful to his brother, his parents, and everyone who supports him. He's very grateful to TYL, like the coaches, for all the opportunities they've given him, for seeing him and trusting him no matter what. The faith that they put in him has given him a lot of strength. He's very grateful and he's finally made it.
Anyways, I love you guys.
我想从这一路里，我们可以看到小肥身上非常多可贵的品质。从刚才他说的永不服输的心，包括他面对所有质疑声，把它化作自己成长燃料的这种动力，以及所有团队之间相互信任这种东西的重要性。也希望大家可以传递小肥的精神，每一个人都可以永不服输，继续向前。感谢小肥，
谢谢。
下面比利，因为我们都知道天路的来时路是非常艰辛的，那能不能从你的角度给我们讲一下这段时间你是如何去突破万难、一路登顶的
in this time and reach the top?
我觉得天路真的是
我们真的是像
一个家庭一样。
After their last loss, when they went home, they didn't review, they just went back and encouraged each other, hugged each other, made sure everyone was okay. Usually they are not people who talk a lot, they're really focused in their own work, but they trust each other a lot when it comes to the stage. The victory belongs to everyone on TYL.
败者组的路一定是一条非常非常艰难的路，但是感谢大家的互相扶持、互相信任。
Next interview goes to Scales.
下面 Scales， 因为其实我听说昨天
After the game yesterday, we heard that everyone on the team cried. What were you guys saying after that? He says everyone was just really excited to have gotten the ticket to Champions Shanghai. Like they finally got the reward for all the work that they have put in, so they couldn't help but cry. Both teams hugged before the game, so whose idea was that? He says it was the idea of both. They wanted to enjoy the stage together, enjoy the game.
教练刚才说的，可能天路是一个很美好的大家庭，但是这样让我们看到我们整个 VCTC 也是一个特别美好的大家庭。感谢两支队伍今天。
我想说。 去年在重庆的季后赛
，wants to say that last year in Chongqing, the idea was who was the main character, and they weren't able to make it there. But today, they are the strongest in VCTC.
就是主角，感谢 Skills。接下来 Splash， 因为你们曾经非常接近过赛季的顶点，但是可能很多时候都稍微差了一点。但是现在终于拿到了梦寐以求的冠军，你是什么样的心情？能和大家分享一下吗？ You've been so close to the top of Syrian region before, but just couldn't get over the hump. Now you finally get the championship you've always dreamed of. How does it feel?
It definitely feels very surreal that we started. It's very surreal to me because this year is my first year of like professional player, I guess. So like I didn't expect much to begin with, but I'm very proud of my team, like everyone, all the supporters that supported me. Thank you.
他说，对于他来说也是确实是非常开心、非常艰难的一年，因为这是他第1年成为职业选手。但是非常感谢大家所有人的支持，无论是团队还是来自大家的支持。能不能再给 Splash 选手一些掌声？那我们也知道 Splash 选手一直在非常努力的练习中文。最后想用中文和大家稍微说2句吗？和粉丝稍微说2句话。 I would like to say something to the Chinese fans in Chinese, maybe.
See if he wants to say anything to the fans in Chinese.
Spalashi 不是拉西。
I don't know what he said.
感谢。
I'm sorry, Splash.
选手。麦克风交给
I think he said Splash is not trash, is what he said. I'm not entirely sure.
天路是一个非常美好的大家庭，无论是在低谷，在每一个时刻，大家都是互相扶持、互相去努力的。
What has your time on TYL
的日子又是什么样的呢？
我觉得作为这个第6人，见证大家
Because he's been able to see the hard work everyone's put in and seeing the results, he's very happy. As the coach said, everyone's a family here. Everyone helps each other. As the sub, he's seen a lot of what everyone else has put in. Seen all the encouragement, all the work they put in. And he thinks that Tyler is very strong.
永不言弃，感谢西河，我们也非常期待在学习过后可以看到你之后更加完美的表现。谢谢。那本场比赛现场还是有福利掉落的抽奖活动，现在也是要所有的观众送上福利。在比赛期间，我们也将随机抽选全区的现场观众获赠游戏资产。那想问一下队里，今天谁想给大家先抽一下这个奖呢？哎呦，小肥站出来了。 抽奖。We're gonna have the lucky draw。另一个麦克风可以给 Splash 选手吗 ？You can say start and it's gonna start rolling and 3, 2, 1 stop。
3、2、1，开始。停。
恭喜看台205区的观众获赠了我们的游戏资产，感谢 Splash 选手。那接下来也让我们公布一下无畏巡回成都站最佳选手2026 VCT CN 第2赛段 FMVP， 请看大屏幕。让我们恭喜 Slowly 选手获得了我们的 FMVP。 恭喜 Slowly， 也是队里的众望所归。有请我们的 FMVP 向前一步。接下来，让我们有请成都市体育局副局长盛刚先生为 FMVP 颁发 FMVP 项链。请2位面向镜头合影留念，记录一下珍贵的一刻。再一次感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾，也请颁奖嘉宾先行入座休息。有请 FMVP 选手面向镜头展示一下我们的 FMVP 项链。同时感谢荣誉信物合作品牌 Forevermark 提供的 FMVP 项链以及冠军戒指。此时此刻，来麦克风交到 Slowly 手里。哦，先给队友们展示一下，先给我们的镜头也展示一下。一个很漂亮的项链。来，我们先采访一下
You're interviewing the MVP. How does it feel to get the
拿到手里
MVP
是什么
bracelet?
样的心情？
He's got very complicated emotions. He's definitely played for a very long time in esports, and this is his first FMVP.
我觉得
你值得这个项链。你的每一场比赛，你的稳定的火力，你的输出，大家都看在眼里。
我觉得像我
Does he feels like he's finally got a
终于得到回报了，
like
然后还有一句话
results
想对大家说，就是
finally got the results for the training he's put in.
我们看到了这个
Now
最终
TYL is at
封
the
顶
top.
的天路，也离不开 Slowly 选手一直每日的练习。
Anything you want to say to the
那还有什么话
fans?
想要对所有的观众们说吗？
希望大家像我们一样保持一颗不服输
Says
的
he
心吧
hopes everyone
毕竟我们
is
是从
like
赛
them
的手上
and
我觉
keeps
得
a strong heart because they came up from the lower bracket. So as long as you believe, there's nothing you can't do.
由逆境而生的勇气，而且就像刚才说的，你们这种大家庭，包括你们所有这种团结一心，也会给我们所有的观众形成一个非常好的示范的例子。感谢 Slowly 选手。那下面我们可能还要再
They're doing a second round of prize draws.
FMVP 来进行我们的抽奖。我们会再次抽选全区的现场观众获赠游戏资产。接下来有请 Slowly 选手可以说开始和3、2、1停。
开始3、2、1停。
And what a story as the prize draws continue. A big shout out to Moon. Thank you so much for the translations, of course. And I mean, Sufat had a monologue prepared, ready to talk about the experiences, and you cannot say it wasn't deserved.
The main goal, proving the haters wrong. It is always such a nice thing to add into the conversation there, but in the end, it's not him taking the title for MVP, but it is Slowly and so well deserved. I mean, what a journey it has been for him as a personality in esports in general, always sticking with this TYL team and finally getting that recognition in VALORANT as well. Such a talented young player.
I mean, look, this is the thing. Slowly has always been that player that people talked about when you said TYL. TYL and Slowly were as interchangeable as any other kind of team could have been, because if you brought up TYL, you brought up Slowly in the same way that you would bring up, you know, if you brought up DRG, you were to bring up Vukashu, those kind of things. And Slowly, just for the longest time, didn't seem like he had that full support. And Sufat BB, even off the server, he's fixing his hair just to make sure the necklace doesn't get tangled up. And if that isn't a father figure style IGL both in and off the map, I don't know what is.
Sufat has been really IGLing them on the server and next to it as well, IGLing the trophy lift, IGLing everyone through the interview, being so supportive. We are heading into the departure video right now.
1000个理由嘛，但坚持真的只有一个理由，就是我很想赢。
等一下，让所有人都变得欢乐。
我觉得我也不想再说什么，就是这个期待就好了，因为我觉得今年我最想夺冠。
我们的目的是你们得多去享受这个舞台，让自己开心。
我很想打强队，想赢他们。
Into the sound, everything collides at once. This is the point of impact. I keep moving forward wherever the road may lead, carrying the mark of you with me until I see you again. Until I see you again.
很不甘心，希望下一次再见面的时候，我们不是现在这样，
这都差一步，
我现在挺难受的。希望我们下一次能够赢回来。
很遗憾的输了比赛，
然后准备不够充，
没有很好的打出我们的内容。
下一期国际赛上，亚军都打得更好的。
我一直觉得我们不比他们差，困难只是暂时的。
赛区就是不断变强，刚好我们的状态全部打开了。
我们是有调整过来，就是调到赢的办法。
我们就很相信彼此吧。
然后不管谁赢了，都能代表为自己先进前面一步。
我们做得很好，我觉得赢得很爽，都很有信心。如果对拿下冠军，真的有机会。24年没喝出来了，我们都可能超了。
我们目标就是先赢一把，
能够赢下这种场，
就一个目标。
为 VCT 能拿到一个非常不错的成绩。
你们来到我们上海CN的主场，你们才是挑战者。
Duelist, Rarga, Jun, J-Koro, Slowly, Splash, Stu, Hong Kong. Tokyo, Berlin. Shoot that BB. Nobody. Sentinel, Hathaway, YU, Scales, Chichu. Initiator, No Man, Sharks, Shiha. Controller, Lysor, Crownfisher, ERV, Smokey, Jenny. Coach, Herbuya, Veil, Hypnotizing, Autumn.
接下来有请所有选手往中间靠拢，一同合影留念。同时有请所有选手原地转身，与现场的观众一起合影。请所有的选手面向观众。
现在世界聚焦于 CNFPS。
感谢所有的选手以及 CN 的观众们，让我们上海再见。
CT CN 联赛即将踏上5位巡回之旅，7座城市覆盖全国。
We will see you in Shanghai. Every single player, every role, coach and everything, getting every amount of flowers, entire bouquets, and more confetti than I think I've ever seen fall on a team, on a roster. And again, it cannot be more deserved for all 4 of these teams going towards champions.
Yeah, they are getting quite the recognition there. May that be confetti or flowers. Those are the Chinese representatives. VCT China is sending JDG and TYL, our 2 finalists, and EDG and XLG through Champions Points to VCT Champs in Shanghai. The fight on home soil, something they were also looking forward to, and those 4 teams made it. I already mentioned it. It is going to be a hot second till we see those teams on the stage again, but Champs is already starting towards the end of next month, so that is certainly something to be excited for.
I'm already excited. I can't really contain it, to be honest. I wish we got that 5th map just so I would have less energy, but not gonna be the case. And a big shout out, by the way, for anyone that needs to know, in TYL specifically, exactly how much this has meant for these players. It has been a full rundown from Slowly back in CS in 2021. And then changing over after the last kind of big showing in IEM Cologne 2022 from CS all the way to Valorant 5 years later. He never left this roster. He always believed, and now the rest of the roster believe in him just as much, if not more.
Yeah, this TYL roster, it feels like they really found themselves in that sense, finding the missing pieces to make it work and to figure out how they can reach their skill ceiling. And I'm very much looking forward to see if this is the ceiling already, or if TYL can go even further, because to be honest, I think there is even more potential where this has been coming from.
I think ceilings, rules, ceilings, everything exists to be shattered. Everything exists to just step up that one little bit further. And if anything, I think you've got it nail on the head, Alina. These players are going to go to international. They're going to play against the cream of the crop from the other regions. And they are, at worst, going to learn from them. And we get a look at the map pick again. Close, close, close. And then no cigar for JDG at the end of Summit.
Yeah, not really anything they could do against this TYL attack especially, but even looking at Split, TYL, ever since they decided to win their maps, they hardly dropped any rounds. Just 7 on Split, just 2 on Summit. They are in great shape to go to the international.
They are looking so warmed up, and unfortunately, they're going to have to take some time to cool off, but appreciate what they have, of course, the prize pool and such coming through. And when we are coming back from this very short break, we'll get the last little bits to close off. So thank you all very much. So there we go. I've had the voice in my ear clarify just in case we said break. I was quite confused. But ladies and gentlemen, to reword myself, that is everything from us for the stage and for the year. Alina, before I get too emotional, start yapping and pull a Sufat and yap away for a long time without a translation, is there anything you want to say to the lovely audience before we close it out?
Thank you so much to this whole project that I could be a part of it. Thank you to Moon for translations today. Thank you to production, everything who's making this possible to bring VCT China to the English-speaking audience. It has been a pleasure to be here, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity.
I think we both are, and you've stolen the words right from under me. A big thank you to everyone just mentioned. Big shout out to all the casters as well for covering all the games. Everyone's work was phenomenal, and the biggest shout out at the end of the day, both to the players but also to you guys for watching us, because you are the reason we can do this, and your support, whether it is just the viewership or any additional support that you've thrown in, has meant the world to us. So for a decent long while at least, until champions at the very least, we will see you in Shanghai. Take care, everyone. This has been Project Horizon, signing off.
soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot. Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot. Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house. We can set the world on fire.